Alrighty, gonna be watching the stream for the new skill for Runescape. See what this new skill is. Yeah, nothing wrong with my mic, just kind of early in the day, so don't want to disturb neighbors. Alright. Gonna excavate here. Pull the stream up. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Just waiting for it to start now. Alrighty. Let's excavate. Okay. I think they might be having some troubles. Keep excavating here. Here we go. Let's see. Good. Just gonna excavate. Refresh here. We keep excavating. Alrighty. Good. Nice. Whoops. Okay, looks good. Wait for it to start now. Good. There we go. Getting hype in here. For the stream to start. Good. Keep excavating. Nice. There we go. Let's see here. Make this a bit bigger. Over here. Nice. And deposit. Come back over. Excavate this. Good. Getting started here soon. There we go. Let's change that. There we go. Getting started. Bad.
Hello everybody and welcome to our end of year wrap up stream for RuneScape. We hope you're doing good out there, and also me being enthusiastic didn't blow your ears off. Did come out swinging.
Okay.
This year we thought it'd be lovely to close out the year to spend a little bit of time together with a whole bunch of people across the team to reminisce on the year gone past, but also for any of you Scaper sleuths out there, to look a little bit at more of those clues you've uncovered for some of the content we've been sneak peeking coming in 2023.
Okay.
And in fact, at the end of this show, we've saved one little thing from that sneak peek calendar, as I'm sure you've seen, that we're really looking forward to showing you. But for now, we're going to go straight to our initial cast of people to talk a little bit about 2022. So please welcome none other than two members of the RuneScape leadership team. We've got Mod Mike, product director on RuneScape.
Wildy, you said it was Christmas jumpers. What's going on?
Humbug.
Do you know what? I was talking about Christmas. You know what? We just wanted you to be festive. Someone's festive in the background from Mod Jack. You've got festivities in the background, Mod Jack. And then we've also got Mod Jack, lead designer on RuneScape.
Hi everyone. Because it's Christmas,
Okay.
I thought I'd try and sit back a little bit further from the camera. I feel
Ooh.
awkward and uncomfortable. I prefer
Festive,
this.
relaxed.
Yeah.
Sit through the scene. How have you both been doing? Obviously, it's been a long time since we've been able to jump on the stream together. How has everything been? Doing all right?
It's been a busy time. Yeah, planning. I've been living in 2023 for the last like 6 months, so it's nice to be able to finally talk about it.
Stuff.
What about you, Mike? How you doing?
Cold and busy.
Here.
Just trying to get everything done by the end of the year, and then it started snowing.
Pause it.
Yeah, I'm feeling very.
It is. It's really cold here in the UK, by the way.
What's with penguins? I'm seeing penguins everywhere this Christmas. They're on Christmas cards and everything. Somebody asked me the other day, "What's with all the penguins?" And I'm like, "There's so many."
RuneScape.
I don't know. RuneScape.
Yeah.
These
They're
are
infiltrating everywhere. I do actually want to throw something out there before we go any further, actually. The server issues that happened at the weekend. So obviously we talked a little bit about the ones that happened before around late November. With these issues, we are going to get you an update. The team worked really hard on Saturday to get everyone back online and just get everything running. There's a whole bunch of work going on behind the scenes at the moment to understand what happened, why it happened, and to get some sort of communication out there on to you, whether we're going to do any make goods or anything like that. We're going to get you all that information. It's taking a little bit longer this time because last time we were kind of in the moment in the studio, and this one it was just a bunch of people being called in to proactively fix it as quickly as we could. So both OSRS and RS were working together with the tech teams to understand what's gone on and get something out to you. So just know we are going to have something to say on it. Thanks to the patience, it was a little bit weirder because it happened over a weekend. But both teams are working on it, and we'll have something out to say to you hopefully pretty soon here. We're just waiting for more information from the team. Just wanted to know we're not ignoring those issues, and we will have something to say on it.
The outage.
That level of downtime is pretty significant. On a lighter note, I'm going to come to you first, Mod Mike. A lot has happened this year. I hear you've got slides for days, which I don't know if that's going to make the RS community excited or quiver in fear, but can we start with a look back at everything that's happened this year? Mike?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to show the slides.
No, I was asking, I think we were trying to get production to trigger the slides by you saying it, so.
I see, sorry.
Learn to PowerPoint, Mike.
You start the slides, please.
Yeah, so
we just gave people a Zoom tech awkwardness in a nutshell.
There we go. Yeah, I think what we've got here is a bit of a snapshot of some, if not everything that happened this year. No, it's not everything because there's been so much going on. But yeah, we were chatting in the studio last week and just having a bit of a recap on what was it we set out to do in 2022 and what have we achieved, and just looking at all the updates that we've put out throughout the year and some of the things that happened, and doing a bit of looking at some of the things we've learned, some of the things we want to do next year and stuff like that. So I think when we spoke earlier in the year, we talked about trying to smooth out things like the pattern of our content, so the cadence of when releases are coming out. And I think ModKeeper also spoke to everybody about how we were looking to work a bit smarter in terms of the things that go on behind the scenes. what can we do to improve like systems and tools, which basically will mean it will be easier for us to produce more content and get things out quicker and keep things coming every month. But if we look through how this year went. So the first release of the year was Hex Oasis. This is where we replaced the Duel Arena, which was a really big deal, I think, for RuneScape, and something we've been talking about for quite some time. So that came in January. I think beyond
I saw
that,
this slide, and you said, I said, oh, it's Hex Oasis this year. Oh my god, like, that feels like a lifetime
and
ago.
like, I know, and this was the first release of 22, wasn't it? It was right. I think it was the 4th of January. So
yeah.
But that was really great to see. And I don't know if these go in order, but we can just talk through them. But there was loads of other great stuff that came out. I think soon after that, it was the anniversary, so we did the 20-year Vets Cape. We had the
let's not make sure we spend. Sorry, I just want to jump in and say, let's make sure we don't spend too much time on each side. We've got a lot to get through today, so.
I haven't got clickers, so I'm going to rely on you guys to just move them through. But yeah, that was the 20-year Vet Cape. We did the Abyssal Slayer mob. I forget which one. Yeah, I think, because I know we made some changes to it afterwards. And then we had the the conclusion to the Elder Gods storyline. So we had the Elder Gods Extinction Quest. I mean, one of the things for me this year, I think that we've done more of for sure, is more quests, and I think that was quite important, because some of the years, maybe not 19, but 2018, if we go back a bit further, we weren't doing so many quests, and I think it was great to see a lot of these really good quality quests coming back in this year, so that was fab. And then we had some other things like, what was it, accidental fletching and fire making. No, we've jumped forward to the Yak Track, so I'm going to get these completely out of order. But we were trying to theme the Yak Track events along with some of that content that was happening, so you've got things that tie in more with the storyline, which was good. Yeah, we can just cycle through these. I think, oh yeah, there we go. That was Mod Steve's fletching and fire making. Yeah, that was one of my favourites. I think it was just a really, really RuneScapey update, let's call it that. What else did we have? So, oh yeah, this was one of the charity events we did for supporting One Special Day and Special Effect. So Jagex support a variety of charities that we do through things like World Mental Health Day. We support CPSL Mind, Rise Above the Disorder, Blueprint for All. And then we also work with Special Effect and some other partners as well. And it's great to see some really good content coming out from some of these as well. So, yeah, thanks to everybody that worked on those.
Put those in.
Journey to Life. So that was a really nice one. Yeah. I think some of these Yak Track events, I think what was nice to see these really sort of echoing what's going on in the rest of the game, and actually having more of a tie-in with the narratives and the seasonal content that we think Mod Jack will probably talk about a bit more.
By the way, I just love that chat. It's just everything we have that's weirdly pronounced in RuneScape becomes a meme. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Aya? I think it's Aya, but I don't know.
It's Aya, but there's some Twitch meme about Aya, and I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
We spam it every single time.
They can't expect us to pronounce them right. Twilight of the Gods. Yeah, so this was taking us to the conclusion of that previous storyline, and then we moved into the Legacy of Zamorak season. So this was something that we really wanted to do a bit more of this year, to have an overarching theme. I think we talked about it on the last stream we were on. And bring that kind of narrative storyline throughout all the content that we're producing. And obviously that kicked off with the Zamorak boss, the Lord of Chaos. And then we went into the whole series of stuff in the second half of the year. So, let's see, what else have we got? Twilight of the Gods. There we go. The Legacy of Zamorak. So
that was technically our storyline, right? That was our first ever storyline introduction in terms of a rap storyline. We kind of
started this off, didn't we, Jack, with the Elder God Wars storyline, but I think as we
Legacy of Zamorak is sort of in between Elder God Wars and what comes next year, so it's sort of a little bit episode, like, what's the right word, like coda to Elder God Wars, and a little bit kind of its own thing. It was a nightmare for marketing to try to figure out how to label it. So I was like, they were like, can I do that? And I was like, well, it's kind of a storyline, but it's also kind of a, and they were like, please just tell me what to write on the slide.
I think we should bring our marketing people onto the stream, because they've done an absolutely outstanding job with some of this stuff this year. I think some of the trailers and the artwork is really good. So, big shout out to all the people that worked hard on that. And there we have. There's Big Z, Lord of Chaos. What else have we got? Then I think we went to. Oh, we had a little interlude at the beach, so I think that came back a very popular summer event that we.
I remember
Did we run it
that was
I
really.
can't remember.
Yeah, I think we did. The weirdest thing about this was running this at the same time as the Demon Invasion pre-event. Having this like tonal thing of like either go fight demons or pretend nothing's happening and chill on the beach. It was quite an interesting one to talk about.
Little beach.
I think that's one for the list next year. We'll have to see how we tie the beach up with what the main content is and make sure it fits. So, yeah, I'll put that on the list. Then,
yeah, sure, yeah.
I'll just give it nightmares. It's just like, how am I going to write that? Yeah, and then this was a really important one because we talked at the beginning of the year about we really wanted to go back to the wilderness and do things there to improve it, take out the things that just put people off exploring it. So we've reshaped it. Rebuilt some of it. There's some lovely new areas to explore, and we made the options. So I think these are a great series of updates. And again, the team did a great job with these. I think so. We had Wilderness Reborn. And then I think we had, was it next, the Wilderness of Flash events? Or Daughter of Chaos, sorry, another quest I missed there.
Yeah, a lot of quests this year, actually.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many, I'm not going to try and guess, but I think that the ratio of quests to other types of updates was definitely more this year.
Nice.
Oh, that's an interesting one. So I think that was in August. We hit the 300 million accounts for Runescape and Old School, so registered accounts on Runescape, and that was just a little nod there with the party that went on at the Grand Exchange, sort of celebrating that.
Good.
And then we went to the wilderness with the Actrack as well. So I love those armor sets; they're really cool.
Yeah, I was to say that this was a win for me on the cosmetics. I like the cosmetics in this one a lot.
Yeah. And
Fresh Start Worlds. Yeah.
Now this was something that we'll probably talk about a bit more because it was a bit of an experiment, and again, we want to do things like this, sort of experimental modes. Look at perhaps it's more seasonal stuff that we do in the future, and how do we make these things work? I mean, this was here really to get people back into the game easily, but obviously there was a lot of really compelling reasons for everybody to get involved with it, and people are still playing it now, and I think it's great to see how involved people have been getting with it. There's a lot of things we're still sort of looking at from a retrospective point of view. What would we do differently, or if we want to run
fresh
again,
start,
what would we do the same?
we're
But
playing
I think
now.
We'll probably talk about that more separately.
Mm-hmm.
I think, what else did we have? There's so much happened this year. This is what I meant earlier. Max Capes. This was again. This one came as a bit of a surprise from, the team were basically feeding back that we were getting a lot of people talking about this and wanting to do something with it. We brought this in. It wasn't part of the original plan for that part of the season, but felt like a good time to release it. What else? Yeah, here we are. The Wilderness Flash events, the KBD, lovely.
I love how much we even saw those being talked about in the weeks after. Actually, the Flash events have just become a thing in RuneScape, which is always really nice to see when it just lives way beyond its kind of initial release month or something.
Have we got KBD with the Santa's hat on yet?
Good.
If we don't, we need to do that.
I think so. Yeah, I think KBD rocks it. I think it's on all three, isn't it? On all three heads. I know Zami also got it this year.
And Garden of Crid, that Jack, that was that came from one of yours, wasn't it?
Sort of, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like design, balancing, things that you wanted to do in the game.
Yeah, that's my update of the year, I think, because it although it was small, and I don't mean like it's the biggest, boldest update, as it obviously isn't. It was quite modest from the point of view of like thinking about changing the design direction. It was like an experiment in building content slightly differently. I like reworks, I like fixes. I would spend all my time doing that ideally, but we can't only do that. We have to get new content out. That's what our players respond to. So Garden of Crid was an experiment in can we do both, and we can do more. Like, as I say, it was quite modest. We can do more, which we'll probably be talking about later on. But yeah, that's important to me, that one, because it's a sort of essentially successful test of a different way of thinking about building content for RuneScape.
Yeah.
And then, I think was it 2 weeks ago, Succession we released. So that was the last quest of the year, and that's the concluding part of the Legacy of Zamorak season. So I think, and then there's some more updates going on in December. Obviously, there's some fun stuff, and we've got Parcels from the Sledge that launched this week, and the last Yak Trek, the Winter Trials,
and the Winter Trials as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite a year. I don't think we could have got more in if we tried. There's
quite a bit of content for the year.
There's also great stuff been going on in the background. I think some of the other mods that are going to come onto the stream later are going to talk about this a bit more. But I know the work that's been going on for things like the Jagex launcher, supporting multiple accounts. There's going to be some news about how all that's working. And I also just wanted to give a mention to our audio department, who support all of these releases with great soundtrack and audio, because they do a great job behind the scenes. So they're one of the teams, actually. They don't really get much credit, and I think they ought to, because the music in RuneScape is one of my, it's one of my favourite things that we're really, really proud of. And they do a great job, and they're a bit like these sort of Christmas elves that come in the night and they sort of do it without us even asking them, and they just do this amazing job, and then the music just appears. I know, sorry, I'm probably doing it a disservice by saying that, but lots of hard work goes into it. So thank you to all those people.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you for recapping everything. We just wanted to open this. We don't often get to do like an end of year stream where we actually look back, and we just wanted to kind of remember the year we've had together a little bit. Now, Jack, I think you've already kind of touched on this, and I know I'm kind of asking you to pick a favorite child. But which content of all those content updates sticks with you the most personally? Like, if you had to pick one, gun to your head sort of feeling.
Yeah. I mean, Garden of Carid for the reasons I already gave, I guess. I think. I mean, people are calling out in the chat, right? Like the ending of Succession. I know there was some concern around Extinction. Extinction was a great quest and really, really ambitious. But I mean, we'll be talking about it a bit more in terms of what we've learned from the year, right? But I feel like there's a clear takeaway from us for the year in terms of not how do I phrase this correctly? Like not pretending that we can do a thing which our game just doesn't handle, right? Our game is not a space intergalactic game. Don't promise an epic battle between gods when we're not going to do an epic battle between gods. And I realized with Extinction there was some cynicism around that. And then after that there was like, you've reduced the scope. And I think Succession really demonstrates that like something can have emotional impact and significance despite only being about people. And we can still make great quests. And not that Extinction wasn't a great quest, but I think Extinction was hampered by a scope which it found impossible to deliver on because RuneScape just can't deliver on the scope that was promised. And Succession pitches that scope down and still delivers something like an incredible experience in its own right. It doesn't matter if it's set in space or if it's about aliens. What matters is it's an amazing emotional experience. So yeah, I think Succession really shows that we've still got it,
I mean, there's a lot of love for Extinction in chat. I loved Extinction personally, but yeah, I totally hear what you're saying about keeping it to a scope of what's achievable, and therefore we can deliver on it in a more same heft of emotional weight to our quests, but in a way that suits more of our ability to create them and deliver on them as ideas. Now I'm going to flip that question back to both of you, because we talked about, what is your kind of personal favorite baby of all the updates, Jack. But to you as well, Mike, considering you ran us through everything, what's something we tried this year that may have been less of a success, and like are learnings you're taking into next year? What do we kind of look back on and go, maybe there's things we could have done better, and let's try something based on those learnings?
Well, that's a tricky question. I wouldn't pick on any of the updates we've just talked about, because I think all of the ones that we released there, they're all there for a very good reason. They were all part of the planned roadmap content, and I think the team did a great job. I mean, when I looked at what our original plan was for 22 and how that translated into that roadmap, and how what we delivered against what we thought we were going to do at the beginning of the year, I think we got most of them done. I think there were one or two things that we talked about doing that couldn't do. Well, they didn't have the bandwidth, or it wouldn't fit in, or there were other reasons why we just didn't feel it was right. So we were talking at the beginning of the year about doing increases to certain skills, like skill cap raises on things like summoning. So summoning to 120 was one that got discussed quite a lot and actually went quite deep into the design stage. We decided not to do it in the end because it's such a a deep skill with lots of work that would it's like a lot of the skill reworks in RuneScape. To do it justice, we've got to put a real lot of work in, and it's felt like if we did that this year, it would be quite hard to do it to the right level. I think similarly, we've also talked a lot about construction and player and housing, and that's one that if you were to give me a magic wand and say you can do whatever, anything you want, that would be one that I'd probably wave the wand over quite quickly. It's not to say that we won't ever do anything around that. I think Mod Jack will probably talk a bit about construction as well, but it's a particular area where the player and house, these are systems that have been around for a long time. There'd be a lot involved. It'd be a bit like when we did mining and smithing. We would have to put so much into it; it might prevent us releasing everything else. So when we're talking about having these, great quests and lots of other great content this year, we have to weigh up, is that higher priority than say taking one particular thing and reworking it. So, it's not to say we'll never get to these things, but sometimes we can't do everything at once. And in fact, we definitely can't do too much at once.
Makes sense.
Yeah, there's more to say on that later in the stream, funnily enough. Yeah. I'm a bit confused because the chat is asking whether I have an air fryer and confirming that I do have an air fryer. As far as I know, I don't have an air fryer, and I don't know what it is they're seeing in the background that they're confusing for an air fryer.
Home streaming, man. Like the stuff that comes up in streams now. It's ridiculous. Cool.
Is it your boiler? Okay. It's normally you have something over the front of your boiler.
That's where I keep my air fryer, on the wall next to the back door. Yeah.
Is there anything else? Anything else to learn about things like Fresh Start Worlds? Anything like?
Going back to archaeology now.
Is there any other key learnings that you'd add to that you think we're looking at the moment?
I think. I mean, if I think about in terms of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
No, go on. Sorry.
I was going to mention the Wilderness Reborn. It was a bit of an experiment. We went into that sort of committed to a Wilderness graphical rework, which was already well underway. And had been scheduled quite a long way in advance. And so then the question was, well, what can we do with the Wilderness? That was like my first lead designer problem. What can we do with the Wilderness? And the experiment was essentially, can we transform a risky PvP zone into a risky PVM zone? And I think so. I don't want to underpin that. Like, I think the threat system could work better than it does, and I wouldn't question that. But I think even if it did work better than it does, I think that basic idea of it's risky and dangerous and there are good skilling methods isn't something that the community have responded particularly positively to as a concept anyway. One of the key ideas of the threat system was that it was scary and dangerous and supposed to sort of disincentivize activity. And what people wanted to do was go out there and farm them, right? Like go out there and farm them and get drops. So I think there's a mismatch, and I think we kind of answered the experiment there, right? Like we weren't sure going in, can we do this? I think my takeaway is I don't think it's the right vision for RuneScape. I don't think what we would try. I think even if we use a different system, I think it still wouldn't have been something that people particularly wanted to interact with. I'm sure there are people who are interested in that experience, but the majority don't seem to be. Would be my takeaway.
Okay, let's talk about a couple other things. I'm conscious of time because we've got plenty to get through today. We want to expand a little bit on some of the sneak peek stuff you've done. A little bit. We are going to talk about that stuff closer to when it, in more detail, closer to when it's revealed. But we do have some more details on each of the things that we've revealed in our sneak peeks. But let's talk about a couple other things. So, Jack, first year as lead designer, what have you tried to bring to RuneScape content this year, and how has that gone? Like, how do you reflect on the year?
I don't know. I guess like trying to kind of my first 6 months was sort of scrambling around trying to figure out how the job works, basically, and then sort of trying to establish an identity and a voice. So I've been kind of slowly ramping up to like having the authority to establish a clear vision at the same time as having a clear vision. And there's a kind of two journeys I've been having to do in parallel. And so things like Garden of Corrida are like part of that journey, you know. Figuring out whether things work. Like I said, Garden of Crid, successful experiment. Wilderness Reborn, unsuccessful experiment, right? So that's what I'm keen to do, is like keep experimenting, find what works, find
Yeah.
what doesn't work. The other major thing I think for me is like be
Experimentation
honest
is
about what does and
always
doesn't work. I think I'm a bit annoyed by a
tough
lot of
thing to
people this year
balance.
by sort of being quite clear that like something that we haven't done for 8 years, like we haven't done it for 8 years. I'm just like, yeah, we're probably not going to be doing that. It's been 8 years. We've never done it. We're probably not going to do it. Here's why. And a lot of people not happy with that. And that's kind of part of my whole way of looking at things. I think is to be blunt and honest about what works and what doesn't work, and what we can do and what we can't do, and what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And so just talking about things in that way. I am, for anyone who doesn't know, people who are tuning in just for the skill, I'm trying to do, there won't be any more this year, but I'm doing weekly design live streams where I just talk in detail about design topics, and might be like an upcoming update. So for example, with Garden of Carid, I did a live stream, Shogun got on with me, and we talked about like farming and fixes and reworks and that kind of thing. And I do one of those every week where I'm available. So I'll be starting those again next year. They're quite dry. They're quite dry. I'm not an entertainer, right? But if you're interested in talking about game design and understanding why we make the decisions that we do, that's the
We need to do
watch.
forfeit shots whenever you say certain words or something. We can spice it up.
Yeah.
If you feel like they're dry. Okay, I'm going to quickly move on because I want to make sure that we get to one last question. This is kind of our last look back, other than a little bit of what's going to come next, where we're going to talk to you a little bit about Jagex accounts and just update you on where we are with that work. But Mod Mike, we've given a few sneak peeks of what's next that we're going to go into a little bit more detail on that in the stream. But just talk to me about RuneScape as it is today. Where are we looking to take it as a whole? So rather than the individual content and kind of things that fall within it, what's the kind of thoughts on the bigger picture for RuneScape at the moment and where we're trying to go?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think there's some stuff. I know the rest of the stream will probably reference a few things that are happening in the sort of short to medium term, particularly next year. And I know we've talked in the past about how we wanted to move to more of a kind of seasonal structure to the storylines in the game. So you'll definitely see that continue, and there's some really good stuff planned for next year there. I think the other stuff Mod Jack and I have talked about a lot is what do we do with reward spaces in RuneScape? So it feels like an area of the game, certainly from a design point of view, that's quite cramped, or already there's loads and loads of stuff there. So it's a real challenge for us that we've really got to sit down and think about how do we do that, how do we comb that out and make it give people good reasons to want to keep playing the game, and all those things that make you enjoy all the content that's coming out, so it doesn't feel like you're always chasing the same stuff. So that's a very long-term thing rather than anything specific, but there's going to be a lot more work and discussion going into it around that. I think things like experimental game modes. I know we talked a little bit about Fresh Start Worlds, and there were some things we really wanted to do with that we weren't able to do just because of the timing this year. So making it easier to use things like bonds, support if you've already got multiple accounts, and even thematically how it tied in with other things like the 300 million event. I think some of those things we definitely learned from, but we do want to come back to it and look at these type of different ways to enjoy RuneScape depending on who you are, where you're coming from, how much time you've got, all these other reasons. So those, again, in the short term, will be things we'll be bringing into the plan next year. Really good question about where it goes from here and further ahead. And I know Modkeeper, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but really, we've been talking about this. Where is the game going overall? And so it's hard for me to give very specific information about what that means, but just from my point of view, what I'd say, it's about RuneScape needs to be a welcoming and inclusive place for everybody to enjoy the game, how they want to enjoy it, be who they want in the game, and play how they want to play. So whether you're playing on mobile, on desktop, or whatever it is, we want the game to be you can come back to whenever it suits you, and enjoy the game and just be that person that you want to be. So that in turn creates that really buzzing, thriving community that RuneScape's always had, and that very unique world that has been created off the back of that. So I really want that to continue. I think it's really important. Part of that is about us being true to the roots of the game. So what does RuneScape represent? Where did it come from? Where's it going? So always remaining true to that vision, but at the same time you know, we want to surprise people. We want to excite people with some, you know, things that they haven't seen before. And RuneScape, very much the counterpart to old school, is where, you know, we'll do a lot of that experimentation, really, so that there's always, you know, something new adventures to go on, and things like that. So that's really important to me. The next part, I think, you know, that's super important is how we make it easier for people, and the level of accessibility in RuneScape. It's not something that I think we've done a huge amount of in the past for lots of different good reasons. It is a, you know, it's a complex game. It's not necessarily the easiest to get into, and I think there's a lot of things we can do to improve that and help people. We made some moves in this direction last year with things like excuse me, I'm writing the year off already. With, you know, improved legibility of fonts and things like that. But there's so much further we can go to just to make it so that people can enjoy the game. So that's really important to us. And then, you know, how connected people feel in the world of Gielinor and the game itself. Again, we've done things in the past that have worked quite well, like player-owned farms. I think there's much more that we can do there to just really cement that feeling that it's a world that you can just sort of be, you know, just be really comfortable in, and, you know, you're going to feel like you can enjoy it. So again, it's not very specific, but there'll be things that we'll be working on next year to maybe test the water out in some of these areas, and bring things in the updates that we're doing throughout 23 and beyond that. So really, for me, just to try and recap that, summarize a bit, it's about playing to our strengths, do the things that we know work, but continue to be like bold, experimental, and innovative. So yeah, I think that's it really. But just to say to everybody, thank you all for playing this year, and, you know, I hope you're going to continue to enjoy being on the journey with us. It's been great, and look forward to next year.
Yeah, and on that note, we're going to go to a very quick break to keep on schedule. We'll be talking to Mod 5 and Mod Corps a little bit about Jagex counts, and then we'll be back with you, Jack, and a couple of other developers as we talk a little bit about some of the content we've revealed in the sneak peeks. See you in a sec.
Good. Over here. Nice. I'm gonna go grab something as well. Be right back. Let's keep going here. Looks like they're not back yet. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. Alright, now we're ready. Keep excavating. Nice, got the manifested knowledge. Just going along here. Hopefully get 99 today. We'll see. Good. Okay.
Everyone, we are back, and thank you for waiting. We'll have a couple more of those breaks, so just bear with us on today as we switch people over. But we have two mods with us to talk a little bit about something we haven't updated you on for a little bit here, but we have been trying to do our best throughout the year. It's Mod 5 and Mod Corps. Hey, both. How you doing?
Good day.
Hello.
Hey, so Fife and Corps, obviously you're two of the minds behind Jagex accounts, among many others who work on this program, and you've been a big proponent in believing that we want to be transparent and provide all these updates to the community. And I hear you're here today to give us an update. Firstly, how's the work been going? It's been a while.
Yeah, so like overall it's actually been going quite well. Publishing platform kind of helps behind the scenes on a lot of different things, from high scores for Zamorak or for Fresh Start Worlds to the Fresh Start Worlds like bond gifting feature. Like we're there, we're helping. Now, probably one of our more visible additions is that on the launcher, and it's been pretty awesome to see players using it. After we put in support for multiple RuneScape accounts, you can literally just pick your character from the launcher and then play, and then pick a different character and play another one without having to keep re-entering your credentials. We've had over 100,000 players like give the launcher a go, with the vast majority using the launcher every single day. So that's been a pretty cool thing for this year.
Not bad.
That's really cool, and yeah, definitely I've loved using it to switch between my mod account and my FSW account and character, and hopefully a lot of you out there are too. And so what's the main focus been, other than that work you were talking about? Obviously you got the launcher out, and you've obviously been working on so many side projects on the publishing
Over
side.
here.
What's the main focus been when it comes to Jagex accounts? What's work's been going on since our last update?
Yep. So, our intent was to release Jagex accounts to players this year. And right now, the entire publishing platform, all teams are working towards their release. So we're already using them internally. And then in January, we're going to be releasing Jagex accounts to the PMods and to select influencers, verify that everything's going great. And as soon as everything's verified and squared away, we're going to release them to the general player population, and then give everybody this the account security that they deserve.
That's really exciting, and I assume you're talking on that. I was going to ask, obviously, what's coming up for next year. I'm guessing that's the big focus, right? Is just bringing that to life and getting it into the hands of players.
Yeah, Mark can give a kind of rundown of like all the benefits and kind of like more details on the timeline.
Let's do that. Let's get into. This is a 4-slide presentation. We're giving you all the PowerPoint today, Gamers.
This seems kind of.
This is a really good 4 slides.
It's
of
following
things,
the
actually,
industry trend,
to our look
but
back. So,
not really
Corpse,
that
do you want to take it away?
interesting.
Why should players upgrade to a Jagex account?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I think it's actually 5 slides in total, but yes, if you can move on to the next one, please.
I've deceived everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. So each player has one account to access their RuneScape and old school characters, and that account is accessible, manageable, and protected. That's what we're really trying to achieve with Jagex accounts. The goal of what we're trying to put together, a highly secure environment where you can basically easily access all of your characters, regardless of which game you play and how many characters you have. So if we move on one.
Okay.
So this is really what the Jagex accounts really is encompassing.
People
it's
with a lot
of new type of account that will sit
multi-counters
above your character account, basically. So that the RuneScape account becomes your character player record, and the global Jagex account will give you access to each one of those characters. There'll be an import process that you can go through to merge those accounts into a Jagex account, and you'll be able to basically access them all from one location. So if we can move on one slide, and we'll go into the security
Come over
benefits in
here.
comparison to each other. So obviously both of them have optional MFA, both of
Pause
them
it.
have persisted
Come over here.
sessions, but the password policy on our RuneScape account is quite antiquated now. It's the original policy that was instigated by, I think, Andrew, basically, when he first made the account system back in the distant depths of time. And obviously it's become a little outdated over the years. So the new policy, it's UTF-8 characters, 8 to 64 characters, with a dictionary and password strength indicator in the back end that basically makes sure that you're using a password that is strong and robust and isn't going to leave you open to losing the account. We will have backup codes available for your multi-factor authentication. There'll be two-step authentication on every login. Because we have remembered sessions through the launcher, hopefully you'll be logging in less. And this is actually a good security feature. The fewer times you have to log in, the stronger you can make the password, and the easier it is for us to spot malicious hacking attempts, malicious login attempts. We'll also be doing email notifications for any change to the actual account itself and to any actual login attempt that takes place. And of course, we will have a lot of automated attack protection. And one of the main benefits that we're able to get here is because we're basing this all on modern technology, there are a number of good solutions that we can license in to basically utilize to make sure that we can spot malicious attempts far more easily than we can with our current infrastructure. Can we move on one? So
Yeah,
these are the key features. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say one thing because there's some questions in chat about. Just to clarify, this is something that it isn't a paid benefit, right? This is something we're moving to over time as a universal thing for all Jagex, accounts. It's all character accounts moving to Jagex accounts. This isn't going to be some additional layer you're going to have to pay for or anything, right? Because I'm seeing some questions in chat.
Yes, so no, this will be, I'll come on to the actual timescales of how we're going to roll this out for everybody, but this will be a global change for all players. Regardless, it's not paid for in any way, shape, or form. This isn't a something you have to, pay for in any way. Free players, members, basically they will all gain the benefits of this at their discretion initially. Eventually, over time, we will move to a more, I guess you call it a mandatory migration process. But initially, we want to make sure it's working correctly. But I'll just tell you through the benefits and then we'll move on to timescales. So at launch, we will have 10 character slots per Jagex account. So if you've got 10 characters in each game, so you could have 20 characters in total, one character slot gives you one character in each game, in Old School and in RuneScape. So this is where we're starting. We don't want to be in the position where we have too many slots available at launch because we can always expand. It's very difficult for us to reduce the number of slots. Expansion is easy. You'll be able to add a new character at the click of a button. So if you want to generate an alt or engage in a different play mode, one click button, new character, log into the game, and away you go. You'll be able to import all your existing characters, regardless of whether they have third-party links or regardless of whether they are Fresh Start Worlds, members, free players, free characters. Doesn't matter. You'll be able to import them all. There's no change that we're planning to the way that subscriptions or payments work. That will be done at the character level. So within your Jagex account, you will first, if you go into the shop, you'll log in with your Jagex account, choose the character you want to use, go and buy whatever you want for that character. And then you'll basically be, the one aspect of this is you will use the launcher on desktop and on Mac to be able to access the account. The launcher is intrinsic to the security features that we're providing. It also lets you run multiple characters in the same game simultaneously, so you can call up 3 instances of Old School or RuneScape and have a different character in each. You can't play the same character simultaneously, obviously, but you'll be able to play the game with multiple characters at the same time. So let's talk timescales, if we can. Next slide, please. So, as my learned colleague Mod5 says, we're going through the internal test at this moment in time. Now, there's a number of factors that we're trying to make sure we're taking care of here, making sure the migration plan for your RuneScape character is robust and secure and easy to use, and making sure it's
Over
basically
here.
something that we can easily expand out to the player base over time. In January, we'll expand this to the player mods and selected influencers initially, and this will be essentially to get their feedback on the process as it takes place, and also to expand the amount of data that we're able to accrue. We will continue to expand that over the February. We can add more players and through that time, more cohorts of players during that time. But the idea is that by March, hopefully quite early on in March, we will be able to just make this generally available
Up
as an
here.
option for all players. So everybody will have access to be able to migrate their characters, create a Jagex account and migrate their characters into it. Eventually, this will become the way that you will access RuneScape and Old School. It's something that we want to roll out over time, though. We don't want to be in the position where we're forcing people to engage in this. We want to make sure that we're bringing this to you in a way that you can engage with, you can basically utilize, you can give us feedback, and we can improve the process. That's very much the credence behind this rollout plan. Make sure that there is a steady flow of data that we can basically accommodate and work with, and make sure we can update the process and keep it I guess robust and reliable for you to the maximum possible extent. And I think I'll hand back to you now, Huli.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us that run through, Corpse, and
Good.
to all of you out there, obviously we'll keep you up to date on this. The publishing platform are fantastic for providing us updates that we can share with you regularly. I'm sure we'll be back with you soon. Just before we end, move on to the next section. Mod 5, anything else planned for publishing platform that you want to talk about?
You know what? There's a whole lot planned for publishing platform, and we're a little short on time today, so we'll keep you posted in the new year. But publishing platform and our whole team would like to thank everybody for their support and feedback. So thank you, everybody.
I love that you just Jagex hashtag sooned. Must keep the traditions. But I know you'd love to say more, but thanks, Fife. And thank you, Corpse, as well for joining us. We'll be back in just a few seconds as we switch guests. We're going to talk about DEF costs, GE tariffs, and an event we're going to be launching alongside them. See you in a second.
Good. Ready. And focus on excavating. There we go. And excavate. Not bad. Good. Some over here. There we go. Nice. Okay. This. Come over here. Bad. Do that. Good. Over here. We're back.
Hello, everybody, and we're back, and our cast has rotated once more. I would say through the magic of production, but obviously we have to go to a be right back screen, so it's not that magic. But it's like putting a curtain up on the stage and be like,
yeah,
disappeared after 5 minutes. But hello, everyone, welcome back, and we are here to talk about DEFCOS GE tariffs and a new event coming to Runescape alongside them. And joining me to do that is Mod Jack, back again, but also Mod Hunter. Hey, Mod Hunter.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's lovely to have you on, and also lovely to have on. It's also been a long time for you, Mod Shogun. Hello, Mod Shogun.
Hello.
Our studio is also slowly coming back to life. As you can see, we've had a couple of people in the studio
Good.
today, which is really fun. So yeah, arriving on Jan 9th, we've got the new and improved DEFCOS system, which is all about reworking the and reducing the amount items. Sorry, words hard. Amount you'll pay by up to 80% or more. So it simplifies reclaiming items and it makes you be able to get back into the fight faster and for cheaper. So the first big question, obviously, and I know many combat scapers out there watching this already are going to be like, why did you ask this question? We know this. But for those who might not, why are DEFCOS such a big deal? Why did we have to spend this time to go address them?
So the original balancing on the dev costs came from the 2015 market. So at that point in time, the best items in game were like 300 or 400 million, and when it came to items like party hats, they were the only ones at the top end of the game. Fast forwarding now to 2022, and those sort of items are far more valuable, and we have far more switches and things that people want to take along to combat with them. So it's like the balance of risk and reward has just gone too much towards risk versus the reward. So we're looking to bring that balance back into a nicer situation.
Your cat apparently agrees as well, Mod Hunter, as well. That's great.
He is currently trying to climb up the chair next to me.
Oh, well, by the way, if you bring a cat on stream, that is the offering that is usually on our stream, so you'll be loved forever by chat. Well, Jack, anything you want to add to that quickly before
I... No, I think that about covers it. Yeah, I mean the player feedback on it was building for a while, right? Like a sentiment of like where we're at, and I'm sure Hunter will go into more detail on this. Is like, you know, it's really important that we remove money from the game, but we need to remove money from the game in the right place. And it was more and more becoming clear that death costs were just not the right place to be doing that. It wasn't. It was punishing. Like PVM is by far the most profitable thing. So it makes sense for PVM to pay that cost, but it was punishing failure at PVM, which is discouraging challenge and risk, and it was it was punishing sort of disconnects or you know, my mum called me or whatever, you know, like, and it just wasn't the right place to be removing gold from the economy, and so yeah, that's why we're incentivized to change it.
Brilliant. I'm not sure how many people actually tuned into what you just said, Mod Jack. Not because it wasn't very interesting, but because I think the cat obsession in chat has dominated
I was just
all.
time.
But no, it's great.
Talking while there's a cat.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, it is a really big thing, and Mod Hunter, we'll bring up the stats now on kind of
Good.
where we've landed with some of this
Go over
rebalance.
here.
We've been talking about this for many years, and even this update ended up coming in later than we originally planned it for, which was obviously earlier in the season, kind of late this year. This is far from just a case of reducing a bunch of numbers and calling it done, as far as I understand. What went into calculating this, and why did we end up where we ended up?
Yeah, so like you mentioned there, like the development work on just removing or lowering the price is really simple stuff, but it's all of the behind the scenes stuff that is the complex part. So obviously, over time we do keep an eye on the economy, but typically they're bespoke one-off reports and they need continuously running. So we've been investing in the analytics side to have that as an ongoing thing we can constantly be checking up on.
Come over here.
Really digging into how the economy runs, like where is the gold coming from? The term there is kind of like the daily gold delta. So how much gold is added to the game versus how much is removed from the game. So like getting a die from Treasure Hunter from Treasure Trail, sorry, is going to come in like, and if you sell that on the G for 2 billion, you've not added 2 billion to the game. Someone's traded that to you. But if you get a decent item and alkit for 1 million, that's 1 million added to the game. So that's the sort of key area we needed to look at. And we needed that data averaged over a long period of time. So we had that going on in the background whilst we were working on design sort of areas. Yeah.
So just a ton of data gathering going into this. You were saying about analytical hooks that we've got now to better measure the changes to this economy. You were saying is a big part of it, right?
Yeah. So there's both the keeping those hooks in before, but it doesn't really help to make these changes as a one-off and then call it done. We need to look into those changes and continuously monitor them, so we know if we need to make further changes and how the changes are actually affecting the game. So it's kind of just about doing the due diligence for the economy, slight tongue twister, and making sure that we're not leaving the game in a worse state. So that was like our core aim, was the game economy shouldn't be worse off now that we've reduced death costs. And when we've looked into those stats, the death costs accounted for 62% of the game, of the gold being removed from the game. So if we were to just reduce that, that's a massive gap that needs to be accounted for.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this, like, and again, for many of you, this will be an obvious question, but I'm just always aware that there'll be many people less in tune with the way these things work and the impact of it. What is it? Let's say 60% of gold sunk through death costs just goes away tomorrow. We just go, right, we're turning off death costs, right? What's the impact of that to the economy to do that without any kind of counterbalance?
Yeah, so the main impact there is just like rampant inflation on the game. Like there'll be a lot more money in the game economy, so the prices for items will be constantly rising without a real counterbalance to the amount of gold in the game.
Cool. And then so the way we're looking to make up with that is GE tariffs, right? So explain those. Should maybe even show us a bit of how they work. I think we might be able to jump in game as well for a little bit of that, right?
Yeah, so the functionality behind them is really simple. It's when you go into the GE to sell an item, it's automatically taken from the money that goes into your collection box. So on a day-to-day basis, you don't have to think about it. It's just like you're selling an item like normal, and it's just running there in the background. So you'll on the in-game screen, you'd have the amount of
Nice.
gold that you would be receiving in the central box as normal.
Mhm. And on top of that, so like we've obviously done the changes to def costs to bring them down significantly, you know, 80% and above. We've introduced this tariff, which I believe is what, is it 2%? Is that correct?
2%, yeah.
Yeah, 2%.
Over here.
But you've also made some changes to the def flow. Is that correct? This is where I misremember something, but is that true? The def flow has been improved as well to make dying even less annoying, I guess. I don't know what word to use for that, but
Yeah, it's kind of like around the system improvements that we could make at the same time. So one of the leading factors to the current live def costs was the sacrificing system, where having more
Good.
value to lower items gave a reason to sacrifice and delete them to make your reclaim cheaper. With invention doing a large part of item sync and item removal now, that's not a feature that we really need, and it can be quite confusing and complex to a new player to juggle all of that around. So we've got the sacrificing system just being removed, so it's just a simple, this is your fee to get your items back, and you pay that. Nice and straightforward. We also have the situation where if you die whilst death already holds your items, then you lose all of them in live currently. So we've added what we've called the overflow inventory, which is that tab there. So the items in this tab will be stored for you to reclaim again in future. So if you were to die again and your overflow inventory was full, then the cheapest items would be replaced, but it stacks all of the items like food together, so you don't have to worry about like one or two deaths combining into it. We did make this one more expensive to reclaim from, since it is a further punishment, but it is a risk reward system, lowering that risk of losing all your items because you got unlucky on returning to a boss or something like that.
Yeah. Some people in chat are spotting that the def cost of the current inventory is 22 million. Is that just because there's insane stuff in there? I heard there was third age dies in there, which if you're dying with a third age die on you, like, I don't know what life you're living, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, that will be down to the equipment in there, and potentially also different values in the test environments. So it's this tab here is the overflow storage. So the overflow has a much higher value than the regular inventory to reclaim from.
Gotcha.
So this would be based on the worn equipment and inventory that the character has. But those are the items.
There you go. Yeah. So as people pointing out, 10 times the normal cost in the overflow, right? So it's what you're looking at, 2 mil with a def of an inventory of that.
Come back over.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was just just probably saying what you were going to say, and like this is just displaying what the def would be with the newly equipped equipment set there.
Yeah, it's really exciting to have this in the game and coming to life. And I think since I joined 2.5 years ago, or a little bit more now, it's a subject we've always heard about almost every day out there in the community. So it's lovely to see it getting addressed. Is there anything else you want to say about bringing this in, Hunter, before we move on to other elements of it? Is there anything you want to add or talk about in terms of bringing this to life or anything like that?
I think the cat still wants to have a lot to say.
I think there's a bit of confusion in the chat between the reclaim costs and the overflow reclaim costs.
Yeah.
I think they're seeing the high overflow reclaim costs and thinking that the reclaim costs are high.
Yeah.
So just be clear, Hunter. So if I die the first time, I pay them now substantially lowered reclaim cost, which is a fraction of what it was before. If I don't reclaim my gear and then die again, currently in live, all that gear would be destroyed. It would just be lost forever.
Yeah.
But what you've done is implement a new overflow storage. So if I die and then die again, my stuff goes into the overflow storage where the reclaim cost is higher than it is normally, but still better than having it all destroyed. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that sort of thing is like the original gravestone system still exists under the hood, and that's kind of a risk reward towards going towards that sort of getting items back there, where people can go and lose everything that they had in live, and those items are just gone forever. So the overflow has a higher risk but a higher reward sort of price towards using it.
Cool. One question
So yeah, go ahead.
It's all right. The delay's always fun. I should have warned you about that, Hunter. It's fine.
Bad.
I accidentally talk over people all the time because of that delay.
So yeah, this tab at the top is just the new information panel. So this is just to help new players get accustomed to the system and describe all of the mechanics in there. So how reclaim fees are calculated, how overflow storage works, and trying to give more information as to how item boosting works and linking into the content where you can
back over
boost
here.
these things. So usually this sort of information would be hidden in the skill guide that you'd have to go and find out yourself. But now we have this in the UI in a more easily accessible way to view and like linked into your direct information. So yeah, that was.
By the way, on that subject, chat is desperately asking for you to reveal what the Ring of Death does under this new system.
The Ring of Death was one of the kind of a problematic fight with the existing system, and it was either this death cost is better than this death cost. So the change that we'd made to the Ring of Death is now it will revive you where you died, but a damage over time on you that will last for 3 minutes, as the current balancing has it in. If you survive that 3 minutes, or you flee to a safe area, you'll survive without the death. So it's kind of a mechanic to give you kind of a second life chance at, say, finishing off your boss kill and fleeing, or a chance to like finish off your Slayer task, anything like that, but without directly competing with the death cost. So it kind of fits in with the same area of what it was doing without trying to directly compete. But the damage that it deals you increases over time, so it's harder and harder to survive. And if you're dealing with the boss and you're dealing with that damage, it can be a fun but difficult task to survive and juggle both sets of damage.
Chat seemed divided on whether that is broken OP or broken useless.
Yeah, that's why I was smiling.
I'm not sure what to make of that feedback.
It's the most split chat I've ever seen react to anything.
Like, lol, that's the most useless thing ever, and lol, that's the most overpowered thing ever.
And junk and useless. Yeah,
we had similar sort of things in playtesting where it was like, this doesn't seem good, but it works with this. Like, there's a lot that it does combine with. Like,
not bad.
You can die and be revived by the Ring of Life, and then if you die again, your sign can bring you back to life again. But if you keep running out of life and chances and damage reduction and all of that, it has a lot of effects that it synergizes nicely with. But yeah, if it does end up hugely OP, then we may have to make changes along the line, but that's where it sits for now, at least.
Very cool. Great. There is one question here that I'm going to go to, because I know there'll be a lot of that off the back of that, because it is a big kind of deal. Does it work on insta-kills? Do you know off the top of your head?
I think it doesn't. It would follow the same rules as a regular sign of life sort of effect.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, that's
Good.
chat's going to chew on that for quite some time, but we got some more things to talk about still. This is awesome. This is what we love to see. We love seeing you coming out. Shogun, someone just said you're cosplaying as the mini map being up there in the right-hand corner of the screen as well, which is one of the sweeter comments I've seen. Okay,
That was
so
me.
Oh, was it? Oh,
That's
okay.
my Twitch account. Yeah.
Well, Jack, I loved your comment.
I'm glad you
It's almost
appreciate
like
my
you should
humor.
write or something. Not really bad. So
Good.
one thing at Mod Jack, I want to come to you about one thing before we go on to the event side of this update that we haven't really talked about at all in our teas. When we originally talked about this many moons ago earlier in the year, we also talked about introducing max cash exceeding trades to the Grand Exchange. Obviously, we haven't shown that right now. So is that still happening, or is that
Yeah. So
shelved, or where is it?
this update got delayed because there was a. I don't understand the technical details, but there was a delay with implementing the max cache change. That's actually quite a complex engine change. Whereas this, I
Okay.
mean, not that I'm saying you haven't been working hard on it, Hunter, but this is comparatively simple as I understand it. And relatively low risk by comparison, whereas the max cache change is a hugely impactful behind the scenes engine change, which risks breaking a lot of stuff. So we delayed this update once because that change wasn't ready to go. That change still isn't ready to go, but rather than updating, rather than delaying the death cost, because the death cost is annoying everybody all the time, right? Rather than delaying it again, we would say, right, we need to get this out. We'll get the tariff out as well, but the max cache stack has been delayed. It shouldn't be delayed too long. We want to get it out. It's quite important for us to get it out, but we need to wait until it's ready at a tech end. So we've split the two apart because we don't want to delay this change any further.
Over here.
So it definitely is still coming. Not in a sort of promise one day maybe, but in a it's being actively worked on. It's just not ready to go live, and we didn't want to delay.
Yeah, so it's going to follow when we can essentially get it into an engine release and get those last pieces in place, right? Cool, perfect. So we'll keep you updated.
It's ready enough that
well.
I think I know the date, but not ready enough that I want to announce the date because conceivably it could change, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Quite ready, but
so just so we're super clear on this, what we're saying is, over max cash trades will be coming to the GE. It's just a matter of when, and we're waiting for confirmation on the date. That's the clear message we want to send. Okay, cool. So that is coming, everybody.
Nice.
We didn't talk about the GE tariff itself very much, should we? Think about it.
No, because I would say it was 2%.
Yeah, the chat. I mean, the chat are accurately saying like the point of that is to offset the death costs, as Hunter mentioned a lot. Like the death costs are a huge gold sink, and so there some people were asking why you said it was going to be 1%. Why is it 2%? Did you? Because you went in and broke that data down with analytics, didn't you? And we had a little chart of well, what would 1% do, what would 2% do, what would 3% do, what would 4% do, and 2% is the value that just offsets. So it's, I believe that the total amount of gold removed predicted. You are streaming. You don't want to stream.
Yeah, I was going to say you stream chatception.
I blame space there.
I thought it was Slack. That's good. It was stream chat.
No, it's Twitch chat.
2% was the value that offset death costs fully. If that makes sense. The total, is that, am I remembering that right, Hunter? The death cost removes a certain amount of gold, and if we set the GE tariff to 2%, it also removes the same amount of gold.
Yeah. So in this sort of sense, we had some sort of discussions in like, do we go to try and make the economy like fully, like perfectly zero in, zero out sort of things like this, and it was like the only target for these tariffs is to match the death costs. So yeah, like you say, we went as close as possible to the death costs.
So that's a prediction based on the data that we have. Obviously, it will play out differently in practice. Removing death costs might encourage more PVM, which will inject more gold, and that may or may not get offset by the tax. So we do have the option to change the value later. We may raise it. I mean, what this update isn't trying to do is reduce inflation. This update is trying to fix death costs without increasing inflation. Next year, we might start to look at the economy in more detail in terms of like, well, are we going to try to address inflation? Are we going to remove sources of gold? Are we going to increase sinks? At that point, it might then be appropriate to raise that value. They might turn out that that's the best way that we can remove more gold from the game, or it might not be. So we're keeping our options open for now, and we just want to offset the death costs right now. So that's why we chose that value. 50%, someone says in chat.
So I'm just conscious of time because we've got still some things to yet to do. But we do have a little something else to talk about. So, Jack, I'm going to come to you first because I know you want to talk a little bit about the ideas behind this. So, we have this event coming with this update that's a little different that we're calling Raptors Rampage. Can you explain what that is and why you're doing it?
Oh boy.
So this is like a short-term event in January. Think of it analogous to Frank's Free Death. Frank's Free Death doesn't make any sense now that we've reduced the death costs. I won't go into too much detail on this. Maybe I'll try and do a live stream in the new year because we need to get on with this stream. But basically, we have a problem. We have some problems with drops, and we'd like to address them. This is specifically about rare drops, not about common drops. And like rare drops are kind of frustratingly rare for the people that are hardcore about it, and impossibly rare for the people who aren't hardcore about it. And we'd like to do something about that. Shogun and I have been looking at that problem for a while, trying to come up with better solutions for thinking about drop tables.
Yes.
So it's in that context. What this event in January is it's kind of an experiment in the same sense that Frank's Free Deaths was kind of an experiment. It was an event, but it was also an experiment. We were I don't want to say that we're gathering data on in January. That's not quite the right, but we kind of want to try something out, see whether it works. Shogun, do you want to explain what it is we're actually doing?
Yeah. So basically, when you go chat to the Raptor in War's Retreat, Raptor will give you a buff. When you kill a boss, the next time after you gain the buff, you will gain 3 rare rolls on the rare drop table of any boss.
Interesting.
So instead of getting the normal 1 roll, you can now have 3 chances at it. For 2 exceptions, Telos and Rage Archaeology, because they have lots of different systems.
So let's be super specific here. So we're saying you're going to get once per day during this event, which is going to run through most of January. Your off the day on a boss will get you 3 roll on a table that you usually get 1 roll on, correct?
I did not hear what you said there. You were lagging over here.
That was fun. I'm glad you didn't just say yes and nod your head in case it was. So essentially, just to be really clear, this is an event where you will go towards retreat, speak to Raptor, get a buff that on your first boss kill every day of the event, you can claim once per day, will give you 3 rolls on the rare boss loot table versus 1 that you usually get when killing a boss for 1 kill, correct?
Yes, 1 kill only.
Okay. Yeah, so that is the yeah. Apparently, I lagged out, and everyone was like, "What?" So yeah, so it's 1 kill per day where you can get that benefit. So Jack, that kind of ties into what you were saying about this experiment and seeing about what kind of PVM events we can do and things we can do around drop tables, etc., in ways that are different. And it's a bit of a learning experience as well as something different and new, right?
We're not convinced that this is like the right change to make to drop tables permanently, if that makes sense. Like we're not sure that having a daily drop bonus is the right way to fix drop tables, but it's something we want to try out. So we want to try it out for a short period, see how it goes. And it allows people to see how it feels. It allows us to have a discussion about it. It prompts discussion in the community about what else we could do with drops. So yeah, it's a sort of like, think of it as like a first little prod at like, why don't we think a bit more about drops and think about what we could do?
Yeah. So is this just to be specific? Is this boss like if the boss has a rare loot roll, for example, is this specific to that, or is it the RDT? Which is it? Like, how does it work for
It's
a boss?
the rare items from the boss. So like Virago's core or wand, AUD has it as well. Like the rare items you want from bosses. Pets not included. They have their own system.
Yeah, so pets not included. Okay, gotcha. And then there was a big question in chat. I don't know if we have this answer to hand, but Death Touch darts, is that a thing you could use with your buff as it stands today?
Yes.
Okay, so you could use your DTDs on
first kill,
on a
yeah.
boss with that buff. Okay, cool. Yeah.
One of the things I like about this concept. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go.
One of the things I like about what it does is it makes the kill matter. Like there's been quite a lot of discussion around like Zamorak, what's the best enraged to farm, and that I'll talk more about it if we do a longer economy live stream. But that basic logic of like it isn't worth my bother to kill it on a harder difficulty because I can farm it more efficiently at a lower difficulty, or I can farm an entirely easier boss at a lower difficulty. That really kind of that's a problem for the way we do our balancing. And one of the things I like about this is that because one kill matters than your other kills, you want to do that kill. You want to kill the hardest boss on the highest difficulty you can, because you're getting more out of because the bonus is only once per day. You're getting more out of the bonus than you would otherwise. So it kind of incentivizes doing something challenging. What I don't like about it, and the reason I'm not convinced it's the right long-term solution, is that it's a daily, which is why we're doing it only as a short-term thing. But this kind of illustrates why dailies have value, right? Like that incentive wouldn't exist if I could just rinse it. If it was just triple drops for 2 weeks, firstly that would be a serious problem. But secondly, like it wouldn't. What you would do is find the easiest thing to farm, and you would rinse that for 2 weeks, and it wouldn't have that sort of right, exactly. So some people are saying like, well, do we really want it to be a daily? And I agree with that concern, but that's why we're just doing a short term thing. See how it feels. See how it plays out. It's not. Sorry, go ahead.
There's been a lot of underlying change as well with how we do rare drop tables, so that in the future, if and when we do more stuff related to drops that we're trying to fix, it's going to be easier for us to do it. Like maybe take after the style of Samrak's, how that handles bad luck. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's people in the chat are asking about rare drop mitigation, and that's very much not off the table. But to me, and it's something you're quite keen on, Shogun, right? But to me, I don't have a problem with bad luck mitigation, but it's not. It's what bad luck mitigation solves is the people who are hundreds or thousands of kills dry. It doesn't solve the items are fantastically rare in the first place, and you probably won't ever see one unless you're very hardcore. Like it only solves a very small part of the problem. So I don't think it's just we'll do that and it's fixed. I think we need to think more about just the nature of drop tables and drops in RuneScape, basically.
Yeah, but this event opens it up for us to do more things. One of them would be then rare luck mitigation, making so that each boss kill you do feels that you're going towards the drop you're wanting.
Yeah.
Instead of just believing in that 1 in 10k luck each kill.
And one question I want to ask is, obviously you mentioned it, touched on it very briefly at the start. So how does this work, if at all, with streak-based bosses like Archglacier or Telos? Is it just it does not work, or is there a different approach to it?
So Telos and Archglacier are based on a different rule set with streaks, and that doesn't work with the any of the systems we have. They are very separate systems, and they are very hard to change. If you do one change in Archglacier, everyone's drop tables have a bit of a fit, really. So
yeah, sounds good. And does
you
this
can't?
work for
I believe
Iron
you can't mess it up. So like a boss that it doesn't work with won't consume the usage. So if it doesn't work, you can go kill a different boss.
It won't consume the buff, so that's fine.
It's also worth really. I think we did say this, but it's worth really heavily emphasizing. This has nothing to do with common drops, so you won't get increased common drops even once per day.
Good.
It's only your chance at something valuable from the boss.
And does this work for Iron Men?
It should do, yes.
And are there any other buffs or bonuses, like obviously with prior combat-based events we've had the golems, etc. Are any of those present, or is this the only buff, to be clear?
This is the only buff. The golems won't be returning at this event, at least.
Brilliant. I'll miss them, but I totally understand that because this buff is amazing. Is there anything else, Shogun, you'd like to say about Raptor's Rampage or about Death Costs in general?
That's pretty much it, really. Look forward to the future of drops. Me and Jack are discussing it almost every day, so hopefully there will be more things going on.
Well, that's a great message to end on. Mod Hunter, Mod Shogun, Mod Jack, thank you very much for joining us. Mod Jack's going to be sticking around. We're going to be right back with 2 more mods and Mod Jack, and we're going to talk a little bit about RuneScape's next storyline and then a little bit about some of the things we've been teasing within that,
Let's come over here.
just give you a little bit more detail. And as we mentioned at the end of the stream, we've got a little something else for you just to cap things off before we say goodbye for the year. See you back in a second.
Good. Come over here. Come up. Okay, I'll do a golden dragon fruit run now. Oh, crit. Come over here. Pick these. I want to try something here. Go back here. Let's grab Archaeology journal. Do this. Probably about the same. Come over here.
And hello, we're back, and from
Bad.
our final break, you're with us to the end at this point. Thanks for bearing with us through all the breaks as we get new mods on.
Nice.
So this is the start of us talking a little bit about
Manifest.
2023. As we've mentioned, you've been uncovering a bunch of clues. You were really quick. I mean, it's escapers, we should have known, but you were super quick at getting on those clues and revealing content over the week. And you've got a good little sneak peek at some of the stuff that's to come. We're going to talk about those in a lot more detail as we get closer to their release, but we are going to touch on them in a little more detail today. And
Let's
expand
pick.
on some of the things you've already uncovered as part of the teasers. And to do that with me, Mod Jack is here once again. We've also got Mod Zura. Hey, Mod Zura.
Hey.
And Mod Ashes. Hey, Mod Ashes.
Hello.
So it's lovely to have you
Okay.
both here with us. I know, Ashes, you're going to be talking a little bit more about something big and juicy that's coming with
Let's go back to Archaeology.
I'm never going to say big and juicy on a stream again because I can just imagine how chat's reacted. So I'm going to kind of put this question out there though first. So we've been exploring this idea of storylines, right? So we had Legacy of Zamorak kick off in the middle of last year that we've carried through to the end of the year. We saw that storyline out with Succession, and now we're thinking about what that next storyline is.
Here.
So with the Legacy of Zamorak storyline coming to a close, where are we headed next for RuneScape's next storyline?
It's that was not the font.
Where are we headed?
The important thing for the storyline that I've been emphasizing heavily when I talk to players about this is that I feel like we've drifted a bit too far from RuneScape's roots, and so where we're going next for the storyline is somewhere more grounded, less intergalactic, less gods, less space, still magic, still fantasy races, magic weapons, magic spells, but not we're not journeying to other planets or saving the universe, anything like that. So the next storyline is Fort for in 3. Oh, look at that timing.
With the old logo transition, but yeah.
and again, how do I frame this? I guess it's the couple of ways of explaining what we're trying to achieve with this storyline. I guess because one of the things I want to emphasize is, and I think thinking about learning this from Legacy of Zamorak is we kind of want to start modest and build up. So this isn't like we're not opening with like some cutscene where some radical thing happens and oh my god, the world itself is under threat. The point is to start small and work up. So I'm not here to kind of like sell you on the epicness of it because it's intentionally not. Let's get back to something that's a little bit more homey, comfy, and RuneScapey, and then we'll build up from there. So we're not staying there. It's not just Cook's assistant for the next 10 years. But let's start with something a little bit more modest, and then we'll all we'll build up together towards the next epic thing, rather than starting epic and having nowhere to go.
Good.
And then in terms of again the like again what we've learned from Elder God Wars, what we've learned from Legacy of Zamorak, and then thinking about what we need to be achieving for our storyline. Something our storylines have really been missing is more of a focus on skilling. So we went from sort of the 6 Age story was very story focused, story in isolation. What Elder God Wars did was fold combat into that. So the Elder God Wars was a very story
grab
and
something
combat
real quick.
focused
We're back.
storyline. But I don't think it's unfair to say the skilling felt a little tangential, and that's been true I think in Legacy of Zamorak as well. The skilling wasn't really central to the storyline. And so what we're trying to do here, like the 3 pillars of RuneScape are combat, skilling, story. They shouldn't be separate from each other. They should be the same thing. And so that's why the storyline is a place, it's a location, it's a something that you're going to be interacting with yourself. And so it's a modest storyline that starts out modest but builds, which is very focused on all of the key pillars of RuneScape working together to that's what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, and I think for anyone watching this who maybe didn't join us in the early days of Legacy of Zamorak, storylines are kind of a terminology we're using to describe kind of a container of content, right? So you'll get lots of different types of content, from questing to skilling to combat. Like there will be a whole host of content, and as you were talking about Modjack, a story that runs through that, and we kind of contain them within these storylines now. And that was our first kind of attempt last time with Legacy of Zamorak to kind of do that a bit more formally. We kind of did it with Elder God Wars as well, didn't we? And speaking of that, like narratively and design-wise, like what are you looking for the feel of this story to be, especially compared to Legacy of Zamorak? Like, what are you trying to most players come out of this feeling?
I think it's. Well, you had some thoughts on this as well, didn't you, Zero? Jump in if you want to. The thinking about what we learned from Legacy of Zamorak and thinking about the tone here appropriately, it's more like an appropriate level of scope for what RuneScape is about, but also I think a focus on the player character. I think we got. I wasn't. I should thought this. I wasn't sure whether we. I think we are going to spoil the intro, right? Because we're literally talking about the second part of the story later on, so it may as well. So the premise of the story, the initial premise of the storyline, essentially, is that King Rold says the wilderness is a problem. It's full of Zamorakians. They're going to come and attack us. Anyone who can claim land north of the wilderness wall can be a duke. So I will make you a duke if you can claim land and hold it for yourself. So that's what you, as the player, are going to do. So it's going to be like you doing a thing. Like obviously there are quest givers and NPCs that you interact with, but the player is like the central character in the sense that they are the protagonist who is actively doing something and being given a title and being sort of important to the storyline themselves. Like marketing asked, like, so who's the, if we're going to do key art for this storyline, who's the protagonist? Who's the ally NPC that's going to be kind of the focus of the storytelling? And we said, well, there kind of isn't one. It's kind of the player. So that's why we've got this beautiful art of the fort itself. Like because we can't really draw the player, because if we just sort of, typically we'd be like, well, here's someone in trim masterwork carrying a Zaros Godsword, and you're like, well, that may or may not resemble your character. It may not stand. You may not think of it as you, but we can draw the fort, right? So this is your fort. That's the key idea here. I should say when it's Duke, you get to choose what Duke, Duchess, or Dukes, which is the Zerosian Latin version of Duke. So you're not just a Duke.
It was great seeing the reaction in chat, and there will be a lot of things we'll be getting into shortly that will clear up some things. It was interesting. One of the first statements I saw was "player-owned forts?" Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? And I think we'll keep going, and we'll definitely get to that question shortly. So, what are we trying to accomplish? You've talked about the feel and the narrative design. What are we trying to accomplish in terms of what this brings to the game? What do we want a storyline to add?
I think the key thing is that we want to I think we've been continuing to build on that idea of Elder God Wars demonstrated that having a storyline that we start and continue and finish really adds a lot of momentum, adds a lot of excitement. We brought people into the story that weren't otherwise interested in the story, and we maintained the momentum. But I think there's a lot that we need to learn from that and from Legacy of Zamorak in terms of sort of continuing with the same core idea of a story with momentum that begins and continues and ends, but doing a better job, learning from what went well and what went wrong, and delivering a better job. So in that regard, I think it's sort of you phrased it well earlier, wasn't it? It was that we are sort of continuing to learn a way of delivering content for RuneScape, because it's quite a different model to the model of the Fifth Age. The model of the Fifth Age was sort of storylines that sort of continued indefinitely, essentially, at their own pace, and there wasn't really any connection between them. And so we've, I think Elder God Wars demonstrated that is something that we can do, and we can do it even better.
I want to quickly touch on this, and Zura, I think it's probably one for you. What kind of characters can we expect to be the focus of this storyline? And I think you already mentioned King Raould. Is there anyone else iconic that we can expect to see turning up in this that you're willing to divulge?
Yeah, obviously we can't speak too much about all the characters involved, but the two we do want to talk about are King Raould and Queen Ella Maria. It's really good working with them, because I think that even though they're the king and queen of Mistalin, which is really like the core of the RuneScape setting, we don't know that much about them. Especially Ella Maria is other than the garden, I don't think people really know that much about her. So we're taking the storyline as a great opportunity to really flesh them out, and it's really interesting what we can do working with them, because there's a lot of bits and pieces already in the game that we can expand on. For example, why is Ella Maria got a statue in the Warriors Guild? For example, that's something we can explore. The whole thing of when she enrolled marriage, she was a commoner. She wasn't a noble. There's a good story there. So it's been great to really delve into them and take these little bits and pieces from older lore, very old lore in some cases, and really bring them into the forefront of the game now, and really develop their characters, make them much more nuanced and complex, and their relationship as well. Really getting their relationship dynamic is something that I've been having quite a lot of fun doing.
I'm really excited for us to expand them. I obviously, it just brings me back to my early RuneScape days, those characters. So seeing them actually come to life even more and getting fleshed out, and that kind of modern treatment we have for our characters and the way we can build them, I'm super excited about. Couple questions, and then we're going to get a little bit into some of the content we've started to kind of tease in the sneak peek. Modjack, is this Legacy of Zamorak lasted 6 months? Are we expecting the same for Fort 4 and 3?
No, I think we can agree that even if the scope of Legacy of Zamorak wasn't a little bit too large for what we could do in 6 months, I think 6 months is probably still too short. That's not really a storyline. That's more of a sort of it's a trilogy effectively, or it's a quest and a couple of mini quests and then another quest, and it doesn't really feel like a storyline. 6 months is too short, and we're not expecting that to be the model. I'll talk about this in more detail next year, but this is the current plan. This is a year's storyline, so this is 2023, and then the intention is that 2024 will also continue on in the same storyline, if that makes sense. That is not final at this stage, but that's what I'm expecting at the moment, for a sort of 2-year turnaround on a storyline, with a sort of 1 year divided into sort of 2 satisfying 1 year halves. That's how I currently see it.
Yeah. And that raises the question then, and I know I'm going to say something that's going to make chat go crazy because you're all hoping for something, but is the new skill within this narrative, is it its own thing, or is it a bit of both?
So it's a little complicated. So one of the key things about the new skill is that we don't want to gate that behind other content. It doesn't make sense to have. Imagine if you had to do something like the puzzle box in order to unlock the new skill. That would be crazy. New skills are a really important thing for everybody to get involved with. Current, existing, highly engaged players, lapsed players, new players can all get engaged with the new skill.
Good.
So in that regard, we don't want to gate it. So the storyline will not lock the skill, and the way that we've resolved that narratively is that the skill kind of starts in its own place, but then it will later merge with the storyline. It will make more sense to talk about that next year when we know more about what the skill actually is.
You did a really good job at not saying too much. I'm shocked.
The problem is, the problem
I was
is
sitting
it's
here
so
like,
vague, right?
I look calm on the surface, but underneath.
if you're playing through the content in order, then the skill release will make sense, but the skill release is not logically gated behind the storyline in the way that, say, Archaeology kind of felt kind of logically gated behind the storyline because of the way that Zaros is so heavily involved. If you just did Archaeology from scratch as your first ever thing, there's a whole load of 6Age going on there that you kind of need to understand in order to get access to the skill. So that's but it will fold into the storyline and be very relevant.
Cool. Okay, so Jack, Ash is going to come to you quickly. So from the sneak peek, we've really teased 2 pieces of content, and one of them I think has got people's attention really peaked. So let's talk about that first. And this is a new update to construction. Now, it kind of looks like a player-owned castle, but we're not calling it that at all. I want to be very clear about that. That's why I mentioned earlier, chat. It is not a player-owned castle. What is this update about?
So yeah, as you already said, we're looking at construction. It's not a player-owned something. That's not what it is at all. We're looking to essentially just make a new training method for construction. At the moment, there's sort of, I guess, maybe 2 main ones, which is your player in house or the recently released construction contracts. They're both very heavily involved in what you kind of have to do with them. So we're hoping for a sort of a bit more of a slightly chilled training method, I guess, with this one. It's a bit more sort of laid back. It's not overly involved unless you want to be involved a bit more with it.
Sorry, Ash, 1 second.
Uh-oh.
I'm just reading the chat, and I think I've said something that I didn't mean to, and I've really confused the chat because it sounded like I just said that we weren't going to announce the new skill at the end of the stream. And we definitely are announcing the new skill at the end of the stream. Sorry, chat.
Yeah, that's the gift.
I sounded
that's
like
the gift,
we weren't.
Chat.
I sounded like I wasn't. That we weren't going to announce.
Stand
it
by.
until
There
next
is
year.
that. We said there was a treat. We're going to have
Sorry
to
for interrupting you, Ash. But yeah, sorry. I misled everybody there. Sorry about that.
Chill.
Sorry, carry on.
That's it. We're cutting off after this. We're done. Game over.
Well, actually, I want to build on that with what you said, Ash, as to you, Mod Jack, because I know when we were talking about this before the stream, you were saying like actually you feel like
interesting
it's even more
now.
than that construction method, right? Like it's we didn't really have a verbiage for it. Do you want to go into that a little bit more? Love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's like it's because I've talked a lot. I've been asked the question this year, like when are we getting a construction rework? What are we doing? And I've said well, like a construction rework, a player and house rework is a project the size of a skill. And even if we did think it was the right thing to do, with that amount of development resources, we're right in the middle of making a skill, so it doesn't make sense for 2023 anyway. But then that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything, right? And that's kind of why I was talking about being so excited about Garden of Carid and that kind of giving us permission to do more of that kind of thing. So the question is, well, if we can't do a rework, what can we do? What's the problem that a rework would be trying to address? What we can't do, as Ash mentioned, is this isn't a player-owned. We're not branding it player-owned something because there's an expectation there of sort of customization and individuality, and it's that blasts the project from a relatively modest project to an insanely large project is the huge amount of customization. So we're not promising that because that isn't something that we can deliver alongside a skill. But what we can do is the 2 other things, which are like a reason to train the skill and a way to train the skill, and it's those that construction is kind of lacking. So that's what the focus is on here. New buildings to build that give you a reason to build them and make you want to train the construction skill, and then a new way to train the construction skill, so you're not just flatbacking or doing contracts.
Yeah, and Ash is actually, I was going to go into that with a question for you, is like, what do you want this to bring to the skill? You're talking
Here.
about it being a kind of a chiller way of doing it. What do you hope
Good.
the end result of this update will be as an experience, and how it fits into the existing kind of training structure of construction and its place in RuneScape?
So yeah, the idea is that it's meant to be a essentially a different way of doing construction. You're essentially building up this fort. You're doing it for a reason, as Jack has mentioned. There are some benefits to having these things built around you. We're hoping it can be a bit more social as well. It's not going to be instanced. It will be on the surface world, so you will be there with others. So it does give that sense of sociability as well with everyone.
Over here.
But yeah, it just makes it a bit more accessible for everyone. Not necessarily having to, disappear off to your player in house or try and do long slogs for sort of your construction contracts and stuff. It allows you to kind of just sort of sit there, train for a bit, get some good benefits from it.
I'm over here.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're hoping that it kind of falls with all of this at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, and we've teased buildings which you could just see on screen as well, and some of the things that we're kind of thinking about as we make this. Obviously, we're going to give you a lot more detail as we get closer to the release, as we usually do. Yeah, it's something where I'm very excited about some of the things we have coming that I've seen that you're thinking about as benefits. I know we don't want to confirm them this far out, just to be safe, but really, really exciting. And how does this update tie directly into the story and the fort itself? You were talking about wanting to have the story more integrated. Obviously, it takes place within 4 for Infantry. That's an obvious thing, but how else does it tie in? Like, is it actually woven throughout this? Is it something that will be delivered as one construction update and then it's gone? Is it over time? Like, what can we expect?
So the fort kind of is the storyline in a sense, not just the fort, but the fort is the focus of the storyline.
Good.
So the kicking off point of the storyline is you build a fort in the wilderness. That sounds like a good idea. So we launch with a construction update. Here's a new way to train construction. Here are some benefits. I noticed some people in the chat asking like, why would I bother to train construction when it doesn't actually do anything? I mean, that's part of what we're trying to fix here, is that they're new buildings. We'll talk more about what they do in detail and why you should want them next year, I'm sure. But that's the whole thing we're trying to solve, right? We're adding in new buildings which give you a reason to train construction. And then the storyline will continue, as we'll be talking about, Zura will be talking about in a second. The storyline will continue within the fort. So you've just built a fort in the wilderness. What do you think? What kind of response is that going to provoke? Do you expect, right? And so, like, it's not a complicated storyline in that regard. But so the idea is that we stay within the fort, and then the way it will work is that throughout the year, new buildings will get added with future updates. So the fort should ship in, should feel quite complete, but with opportunity to add even more buildings later in the year. So we'll keep building onto it, and there'll be more added.
Really cool. And actually, like what you're saying about rewards being added, it sounds like a bit bigger scale of version of this, but almost sounds like a massive version of the puzzle box idea that we had with Legacy of Zamorak, and that idea of evolving power and rewards as you do more and more of the content, kind of meeting Elder God Wars Dungeon. Is that a fair summation of it? Like, what would you say to that? Is that a weird claim to make?
Yeah, kind of. Oh, sorry, Zero, go ahead.
Sorry, Jack. So it's kind of like a seasonal reward system, kind of like the Infernal Puzzle Box, but we took a lot of learnings from when we were working on the Internal Puzzle Box. I feel like while a lot of those gameplay benefits that it provided were pretty good, it didn't really have a concrete place in the world. You kind of find it in the Undercity. It's not really tied to the storyline. You don't really understand why it's upgrading. The threat of losing Puzzle Box probably wouldn't be like that scary. It's not really tied to any characters. Nobody mentions it. So we're trying to address all of this by making the fort be the thing you upgrade. This is the central location. This is the place we want people to care about. We want, it's a place for us into ownership. We've built this place, recruited all these people. I know these characters who are here. So yeah, it's taking sort of like the mechanical side of it and hopefully improving on the mechanical side of it by releasing buildings in the future, as Jack said, that can be upgraded, but also tying it more closely to the narrative and the story. And that's really what we're trying to do.
We had already aspired to do a more like the puzzle box of 2023 was intended to be much more narratively involved than the Legacy of Zamorak one, and we all sat down to discuss it. All the project leads sat down to discuss it. and I think it was Modraman said, "Are we not? We're already making a fort, and we're already planning to add more buildings to it. Is that not the puzzle box?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Okay, that's right. The fort is the puzzle box. Great, that's fine. So as we go on through the year, you do more updates and build more buildings and much more narratively involved reasons for the buildings being there. Yeah.
So I mean, so on top of that, also I've seen some people saying like, "Oh, this is an Anachronian base camp 2.0." This is a narrative vessel by which you're going to have to, build a fort, defend it as well. You're going to gain more and more benefits as time goes on using the construction skill, which will also offer you new ways to train that skill. And then obviously it will also be a key part, I assume, in many of the quests and stories that are told throughout the Fort for Infantry storyline. Is that fair to say? Is that a good summation of what's going on at Fort for
Yeah,
Infantry?
there's obviously an analogy with the base camp, but it's different. The base camp was fairly fundamentally like time gated, and this isn't time gated. You just build things yourself. I mean, it's time gated in the sense that there will be later updates which will add to it. So if you consider that time gated, I suppose so. But that's more just us building more content, right? There's no in-game time gates, or like you're not rate limited in what you can do, or you don't collect resources slowly automatically over time. You just do construction and build things for yourself.
Yeah, it should be accessible to everyone. We're not putting a level cap or anything on the construction. You can go in there from construction level 1, work your way up all the way if you need to. So yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually, Molashes, before we move on to Zura, I want to ask a little bit about the quests we've been teasing. We're still quite a ways out of this, as we said, right? So I know you don't want to go into too much detail. But what really are you hoping players take away from what you're going to hope to add to the construction skill over the course of this? Like, what is it the most impactful thing you think is going to come out of this for you?
Nice.
I'm hoping that they'll take it away as a potentially a better training method than the kind of the current ones they have. Or if at worst case, it's just a more social area. We're hoping that the fort itself, as you can obviously see from some of the concepts and some of those are actually in-game images of what we already have been working on. Mod Black Witch has been doing her thing, so she's expects some lovely areas and all these buildings look fabulous. So yeah, just as a potential social hub, more than anything as well. Hopefully when we can elaborate a bit more on like benefits and stuff, you can kind of see the reasons behind things of why you might want to go there more often than not. So and work your way up through getting that fort built and everything else.
Brilliant. I'm aware we are running close on time, so Mod Zura, I'm going to have to come. Sorry, Mod Jack, you want to add something?
I just got a couple of rapid fire questions from the chat, if that's okay. Can I power through them? Is Wilderness Threat going to be there? No, not inside the fort. Is it going to 120?
Wilderness Threat will not be on the fort.
Is it based on Before the Wilderness? Not really. Only in a very loose sense. But none of the mechanics or assets are the same. How's quest locking going to work? It will be quest locked, so the fort will be quest locked behind its introductory mini quest, if that makes sense. And then you will have to build the fort in order to access the future content. So it's going to be whereas Zelda God Wars was quite not locked. This is going to be a lot more locked.
Good.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, we'll make sure to go into a lot more detail as we get closer to the release later into next year. So I'm going to quickly come to you, Modzura, because I want you to still get your bit. I hear you're cooking up a quest for the fort. What are you trying to bring with this quest in terms of feel and gameplay? What can we kind of expect from that?
Yeah, so first of all, I'll clarify. So there's a mini quest that's going live with the fort update that will be the introductory to becoming a Dukes and claiming land and all that. And then the quest I'm currently working on will be the first main quest, not mini quest, afterwards. So this will release a bit later than the fort, and the premise is that now that the fort has been constructed, it is locked behind fort construction and completion of the original buildings. They're not necessarily the full tiers. I'm not going to go too much in detail about that, but we'll go into more detail later. But the idea is that basically King Rold has gone, okay, now that you're a Duke and you own this fort, you need to host a banquet and invite all the other dukes and duchesses of Mistalin along, and it's kind of like a meeting of the dukes and select nobility. So you invite all these people to your fort. It's a dark, mysterious, foreboding night. Things are looking a bit dodgy with political machinations. The lords and dukes don't get along. It's chaos. And then one of the dukes dies at the dinner table, and it's a big political whoopsie. And it's up to you and your butler Aster to solve this mystery of who's done this murder before day breaks and the king and queen off with your new little duchy.
I love it. It sounds like such old school RuneScape, and you know that kind of murder mystery vibe sounds ridiculously fun. Is this going to be treated like a puzzle, or is it just more of a kind of a narrative follow along with smaller puzzles to put together the clues? Like, how much agency are we going to get as players?
So, as is one of our aims with the storyline, we want the player to have a lot of agency, and so how to word it. So what I'd say is, I was talking to some of my fellow devs about it, puzzles to include in it, and I think this thing we came to was the quest is the puzzle almost. Like there will be small sort of puzzles in it, but really the quest is a big puzzle. You get a mystery journal where you can track clues, and then big portions of the quest. The quest journal will basically just say, use your mystery journal to solve the murder, and you have to go around and find the clues yourself, piece things together, link clues to NPCs to unlock new things. So yeah, we want to give the player a lot of agency. A comparison I'd make is don't worry about getting stuck because, as well as just guides, we do have the butler character Aster, who serves kind of like the Watson to the player Sherlock. So if you're struggling, they can really assist you in piecing things together, moving along. But yeah, it's fundamentally the player first and foremost being the detective and solving this mystery.
Well, I mean, I'd love to talk about it more, but we're also going to be waiting until closer to the release, and also we're running low on time. But thank you so much, Zura. That sounds really exciting. As a quester, I love the sound of this, and I'm very, very excited. And Mod Jack, just before we close out here, just to confirm, you know, we've introduced this new storyline, Fort for Infree, this idea of a fort that you're going to go build and defend, and it's going to evolve over time. There's kind of this integration into all the content we're doing around skilling and questing and combat. What we've shown today, and very much we've called it sneak peek for a reason. What we've been sneaking a peek to you at is far from the gamut of what to expect from that storyline, right? There's gonna be a lot more to tell.
There's more coming. We haven't talked about combat content. There's combat content coming, and yeah, there's more in the storyline coming up.
Yeah, so we're gonna have plenty more to reveal. In what form that comes, we don't know yet, but we are going to give you a more comprehensive reveal as we get closer to the storyline. For now, I just want to say a big thank you, Mod Zura and Mod Ashes, for coming on and talking as little as you could, but dropping some new details about what you're working on. I know you're really excited to give all the details closer to release, and we're really looking forward to having you back on. So cheers for joining us both.
No worries.
Thank you.
Stuff.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. It's been so long since we got to do one of these. It's been kind of crazy here at the studio, but we're very grateful that you all came and spent time with us today, and that you hopefully had fun and learnt some new things. Mod Jack and all our guests, I want to say a big thank you to all of you. And yeah, we promised you one more surprise before we go. So, firstly, I'm going to say, because we're going to end on it, to all of you at home, have a very lovely holiday season, Christmas, whatever you decide to celebrate around
See
this
what
time
this
of year.
new skill is.
We hope you get some scaping in. We hope you have some great time with your friends and family. We'll be back with our first update of the year on January 9th. So that's when we'll be dropping Death Cost, GE Tariff, and Raptors Rampage. That's when you can expect to see that. So we'll see you for that. We're very excited to share that with you and get out there bossing. Jack, should we do this thing?
I was going to say, if like when you see the skill announcement, there are going to be some questions. We know those. We know the questions. We do have the answers to those questions. We'll talk to you about them next year. But we did think of them. That's just why I want to reassure people, because people are going to be like, "Have Jack thought of this?" Yes, we did think of them. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's. I was really hoping you say no then, and be the most hated man on the internet for a while.
yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's just.
So to all of you, speculate, discuss. We'll see if you're right when we tell you more next year. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Here's one last gift from us. See you soon.
Oh, shoot. Interesting. necromancy. Interesting. Hopefully it's not just skin of magic. That's going to be real interesting. Alrighty, we're done with that now. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay. I think that's all for now. Not bad.
Very glad you're enjoying
Let's
it.
go over here.
I can do this for hours. That is a buff Spider-Man. Yes, it is. Stephen, very straightforward, simple question. Wolverine.
Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and we'll probably go on a farm run. Alrighty. Let's move over here one more time. Good. Alrighty. Good. Alrighty. Let's deposit here. Back up. Good. Let's go farm now. Make sure we've deposited everything. Yep. Okay. Farming time. Go here. Do farm. Come up here. And trade. Get some plant cure. And water. Send this out. Okay. Let's pick these. Put this in. Then we'll activate green fingers. Okay, let's do green fingers. Start picking. Good. I'll put this in. And do lunch time. Let's put this in. Put watermelon in exchange. We'll go active file. Over here. And boom. Boom. And boom. Put this in. Put marigold in. Start picking. Good. Alright, put this in. Exchange. Let's do lantidime. There we go. Start harvesting. Alrighty, put this, let's rake. Drop. Okay, watermelon. we go. Okay. We'll put this in this, and exchange. And then we'll go to gather bee. Good. Come up here. And boom. Let's trade. We're up to plant cure. Cure these watermelons. Cure this in water. Let's pick this. Put this in. Good. And pick these. Nice. Exchange and pick. New dwarf weed. Good, good. We'll head to our dune. Whoops. Got to turn the game audio back on. Nice. Let's pick these. Put this in. Exchange. Let's pick. Not bad. The dwarf weed here. And exchange. Let's harvest. Good, good. Bad. Okay. Exchange here and harvest. And good. Put this in. Watermelon in. Exchange. Let's harvest here. Good. Bad. Keep going here. Keep harvesting. We'll put this in. Watermelon in. Exchange. Grab 2 buckets. Let's start mucking out. Need a lot more buckets. There we go. All good. Nice. Just mucking out here. Good. Keep mucking out. Bad. We'll mark this out. Nice. Siphon. It's good. Climb over. Check this. Fine. See how zygomites are doing. Oh, we got adults now. Nice. Not bad. It's water. There we go. Come over here. So we're fine. We'll do this. Collect. Let's see. Take this out. Come over here. It's all fine. In the store. Let's see. How many zygomites we're at. Should be fine. Just keeping it like this. I'll put everything in. Need this still. Grab seeds. And spore. No legends. I need buckets still. Keep doing dragon manure. Before we head out. Alright, let's muck out. Good. Not bad. There we go. Nice. We'll muck out again. Muck out here. All good. I think I'll climb over now. Maybe. Let's climb over. Good. Come up here and climb over. Good. Muck out. There we go. Muck out. Okay. Come over here. Let's bank. Use Cape of Legends. Go. Come over here and select. Go to Canifis. These are ready. Grab Super Compost and pick. And good. Put this in. Do more Chella. And exchange. We'll go to Tyrannin. There we go. Come over here. And enter. We'll enter here. And good. We'll come down. Boom. Let's exchange or pick. Here we go. Put this in. Mochella goes in. And exchange. And then we'll go to Kirwis. Come over here. Let's buy some seeds. Come out. Grab this. Let's pick. Good. Put this in. The dwarf weed. Exchange. And check this. We'll pick. Here we go. Let's clear. Put this in. New dwellberries. Exchange. Let's come over here. Boom. And boom. Let's teleport. Got a tree gnome. Come over here and pick. Good. Come over here and teleport. Got tree gnome. Village. Come over here. Boom. We'll squeeze through. And follow. Come over here. Pick these. Whoops. And let's siphon. Use this. Where do we want to go from here? Mailer. Nice. We'll come up. And let's pick all of these. Let's go late you. There we go. Come up here. Whoops. Guess we'll pick like this. Let's go big book. And good. Exchange. Get this. Let's harvest. Here we go. Nice. I'll put this in. And this. And exchange. Let's see here. We'll open. Use this. Grab this. We'll head out. Come up here. And boom. Over here. That's fine. We'll go to the herb patch. And exchange. And let's pick. And then good. We'll put this in. The dwarf weed. And we'll head to Alcarid. Go. Whoops. Come over here. Good. And boom. Let's come around. Boom again. Now we can head to Alcarid. We'll come up here. Let's pick these. Nice. Let's teleport. Who carried it? There we go. Come up here and pick. Good. Come over here. Whoops. Keep confusing it. Come up. And boom. Good. Let's exchange. And this. Let's pick. This in. On the lantidime. Okay. Let's check the shop. Bad. Good. Wouldn't be too bad. Alrighty. And let's exchange. Go here. Come over here. Let's teleport. View dig sites. We'll go to Warforge again. Head down. Actually, mess this up. I'm gonna go to Orthan real quick to do the mystery. There we go. Do this mystery. Good. Okay. Should be fine. Alrighty. Let's go back now to Warforge. Warforge time. Come up here. Whoops. Come over. And descend. Into the forge. And boom. Come around. And this. Nice. Whoops. Start excavating. Come over here. Not bad. Okay. Good. Come up here. Good. Good. There we go. Actually want to go try something in Berthorpe. These are dummies. Come down here. Got a couple dummies here. Let's hop. Let's try this. Where did I put it? I don't see it anywhere. Did we just lose it? Oh, it's right here. There we go. Let's try this. Okay, that's quite a lot. Be the bad. Go find Foxy after this. Okay. See if they have the cows after we finish our dummy. Pretty crazy. Okay. Nice. Alrighty. See if we can find Foxy. Where are they? Let's see here. Right here somewhere. Nope, we trade. Whoops. Shoot. Where's Maz tree? Let's trade. Okay, looks like we can't get the set. Might just go back to Warforge or keep using these dummies. Then we'll go back. Alrighty, let's use another dummy here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Good. Nice. There we go. Let's go again. Last one. Practice. Not bad. There we go. Good. Let's see here. Not bad. There we go. Good. Good. Not bad. Alrighty. Let's head back to Warforge. It's pretty good progress. Let's view. Over here, descend. Go with almonds. The quickest way to get here. Come back down. Let's check Yak Track. Get all of this. Put it into farming again. Nice. And let's start excavating. Not bad. Good. Let's excavate. Good. There we go. Keep going here. Be fine. Let's see. Good. Come down here and excavate. Nice. Not bad. There we go. Nice. Over here. Good. It'd be about this much. Good. Come over here. There we go. over here. There we go. Good. Good. Go. Let's come over here. Not bad. Gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. There we go. Let's keep going here. Went good. Nice. Not bad. Let's come over here. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Beard Hub. No, I'm planning on streaming for probably another quite a while. Got another probably 10 hours or so. So, yeah. Just trying to get 99 archaeology today. I'm planning on streaming at least until we get 99 archaeology. Sweet. Thanks for that. Good luck on your subathon. Well, I'll let the ad play. Just let me know when you're back. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Go ahead. You can put my stream up for your subathon. Thank you a lot. Yeah. Noticed you've been doing your subathon, so yeah, it's good stuff. Hope subathon continues and goes well. Hope you have a good nap, I guess. Unless, yep. Okay. See here. Just gonna keep excavating. There we go. Nice. Okay. Good. Good. Not bad. Let's siphon here. Good. Bring this down. Okay. Nice. There we go. Let's come on over and deposit. I'm up here. Let's excavate. Good. All Alrighty. Thanks for the follow, Xpluke. Guessing you're coming over from Beard Hub's stream. Very nice. Ah, XP Luke, I see. Alrighty. Yep. Kind of just doing archaeology. So kind of just chill. Won't be saying much. Go. Excavate. Good. There we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Siphon that. Come over here. Nice. Good. So over here. And deposit. Come up. Keep excavating. Over here. Alrighty. Okay. Just got an idea to finish this level up faster. We'll do it after we get this, yeah, we'll do it after we get this next artifact. I think if we get some orthan glass and white oak, we can restore enough to get to 98. I believe. And good. Let's see here. Siphon that. Over here. Or maybe not. Let's see here. Do 4. Okay, should be good. Let's get this over here. Alright, we'll go deposit this once we get the artifact. Alright, come over here. We'll deposit. Let's go to wars. Get white oak first. Grab 4 water runes and 2 law runes. Okay. There we go. And teleport. Get some white oak. Come up here. Whoops. Not a bit click happy there. We'll get white oak here. Very nice. There we go. Good. Not bad. Keep excavating. There we go. Excavate this. Nice. Good. Keep excavating. Not bad. Good. Keep getting white oak here. Keep excavating. Excavate this. Almost done. Come back over. Swirl top. Be pretty good. Let's keep excavating. There we go. Alright, let's go back. And we'll go to Orthan. And we can get Orthan glass. And let's store this. And go to the agility course. And boom. Over here. Nice. And traverse. Traverse here. And traverse. Traverse again. Enter. Let's cross here. And good. Let's place this well. Nice. And this. This is pretty close. There we go. Good old Orthan glass. Send these. We'll excavate. And all the Orthan glass here. Alrighty. Nice. It's good old Orthan glass. Not bad. Let's keep excavating. Nice. Good. Not bad. Keep going here. Good. Nice. Alrighty. And I'll excavate. I'll restore them, then go eat lunch. Store the artifacts once we get a full inventory of earthen glass here. Okay, let's go eat lunch now. Once we finish restoring. Alrighty, deposit. Grab these. Let's grab 5 of each. See what sort of restoring we can do. Restore these 3. Good. Alrighty. Guess we need marks. Used up all the white oak. Wasn't as successful as I thought. Let's go eat lunch. We only need 2 more really. Let's see what we can do here. Get more white oak, we can do that. And get mark of Kaisage. Alrighty. And do we just go full mark of Kaisage? Won't work as well. We'll go eat lunch now. Be right back.
shall be your guide. The sun shall conquer all. Look to the star, call it a name. Gaze to the light, defeat the night. Beacons of and fire strike down the dark. Come, make your mark. Give the righteous and the hope. sun shall conquer all. Look to a star, call it a name. Gaze to the light, defeat the night. Beacons of hope and fly us bright. Down the dark, come make your mark. Give the righteous and the hope.
Alrighty, I'm back. Hop in here. Gonna go collect golden dragon fruits real quick. Let's grab archaeology journal. Go to Al-Kharid. Grab some golden dragon fruit. Come up here. We'll get some materials to restore after this. You get to 98 archaeology. Let's come up here. Come around. Use blade dive. Messed up. Let's get this. Should have used archaeology teleport to get here. It's alright though. We'll finish in Menifos. Let's see. Come up here. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. This takes a bit longer now. Let's pick. And good. Okay. Now that's done. We'll go get some materials now. Start with white oak. Grab some runes. Grab 2 of these. Let's go. Come up here. Whoops. Okay. Let's excavate. I'll need to get marks as well. Warforge. Okay. Get a full inventory of white oak. Gonna go change something. Plenty bright now. Okay. Good. Let's see here. Let's excavate. Siphon that. Good. Wait on that. There we go. Good. There we go. Not bad. Keep going here. Keep excavating. Good. Good. Let's excavate. Good. Not bad. Let's keep excavating. 2 more spots to fill up. Make it. Alright. Let's go get marks now. Warforge. Go to Warforge. Deposit. And descend. Go to the forge. Make our way up. And there's 1 cache. So excavate. The other is on the other end. Good. Money grab. Let's check them out. Not bad. Alrighty. There we go. Siphon here. Good. Come over. Let's pick up. Not bad. Keep excavating here. Good. Righty. Not too bad. Good. Good. Just keep excavating. There we go. Good. Bad. Go. Let's come over. Think we'll excavate. Nice. Good. Let's world hop. Go. Okay. Keep excavating. Good. Nice. Let's go over. Excavate. Bad. There we go. Let's go back. Do some restoring. Over here. And deposit. Alrighty. Let's restore. Okay. Guess we'll just restore this. Level up. Yes, we'll do a few more restores if we can. Do one more restore here. Siphon that. Make our way over to the new site. Level 98. Let's go to Infernal Source. Do this for a bit. Okay. Let's go down. Go to, where do we go from here? Let's see here. Oh, we actually have to go to Stormguard. That's this. We'll go Stormguard first. Or nope, we want Infernal. My bad. Messed up. Whoops. Okay. So Stormguard. Or nope. I meant Infernal Source. Okay. Go in. Infernal Source. Go Bisroth. Good. Go down. Go to the source. Make our way here. Go here. And enter. Center the portal. Good. Make our way over here. Center. Okay. Go across again. Make our way here and uncover. Good. We'll finish here. Alrighty. Make our way here. And good. Good. Not bad. Alrighty. We'll have to leave in a bit to go to Warbands and Evil Tree. There we go. Good. Not bad. Alrighty. There we go. Good. Over here. This and siphon. Keep excavating. Let's excavate. Bad. Alrighty. We'll do this. Get ready for Warbands. Let's deposit. We'll go to 227. Doing this. Do this. Go to 227. Come over here. Grab blister wood. And water. And blood. Just in case. Let's go to Edgeville. Remove this. And let's go. Let's cross. And boom. Okay. Take these down. So unequip. Boom. Gonna run away now. Take this down. We're here. Come back here. Whoops. Let's wait here. Mining, construction, and herblore. Oh, shoot. Activate poison purge, maybe. Activate this. Get construction. Maybe herblore. I think we can do construction fast enough. Might as well get some herblore. Good. There we go. Let's leave. There we go. And boom. There we go. Wield this. Whoops. Let's cross. Come over here. We'll turn these in. And then go EBT. Let's toggle. And then teleport. Let's go. Go chopping. Okay, mess that up. Burn these. Harvest. Got quite a bit of work to do here. Let's see. And this. Not bad. Harvest. I'll do this. Harvest this guy. Keep going. Harvest again. Harvest this. Keep harvesting. Not bad. Okay, come over here. Got a long ways to go. Yeah, this. We'll burn. Let's harvest here. Keep going. We'll go full. Okay, keep harvesting. Good. Bad. And harvest. There we go. Let's burn. Keep harvesting. Good. Not bad. Alrighty. Keep harvesting. Good. Okay. Good. Let's turn in. Just need a few more. Nice. We're gonna go to Edgeville. Whoops. Messed that up. Go to Edgeville. Come over here. Open these. I'm gonna grab Wilderness Sword. And go to Quercus. There we go. Let's world hop. We'll check this. See if it's still active. Nothing here. Got cleared. Let's try this. We have camp here. Let's talk. ELM. Let's go. See here. Let's interrupt. There we go. So good. Not bad. There we go. Good. Good. Let's summon. There we go. Not bad. Let's summon. Finish this up. Okay. Start attacking. Attack these guys. Good. Boom. Attack the Archon. Should be down quick. Nice. Let's do farming. There we go. Good. Bad. Good. Bad. All good. I'll leave. Boom. Go through the volcano. Take this side. Whoops. Go through here. Not bad. Mess that up. Boom. There we go. Boom again. Whoops. Come over here. Do this. Use this. There we go. Let's go back to Warforged now. Or actually Infernal Source, I mean. Okay. Let's view. Go to Infernal Source. Go down. Let's come over here. There we go. Whoops. Not bad. Let's enter. There we go. Whoops. Think I may have messed up. Center here. Gotta find the Dagon portal. Let's enter. Come over here. Center here. Alright. It's pretty far. Alright, let's excavate. And good. See here. Alrighty. We're gonna finish this and then head to Stormguard afterwards. Want to finish this as soon as we can. Good. There we go. Let's see here. Queue up some videos to watch. Oh, we excavate. Let's see here. We'll siphon and excavate. Let's see here. Bad. Excavate. There we go. Bad. Alrighty. Not bad. And good. Okay, let's start doing some watching here. There we go.
GPU that costs 1,000.
Let's rescale this. Alrighty, inside's good. Bottom here. Alrighty. And boop. That's good. Let's start.
$1,000 and think, what, all of that for games? What a bad deal. But what if I told you that cheap GPU next to it is even worse? Don't buy it. I'm not shaming anyone for being on a budget. I've been there, which is why I know that the less you have, the more important it is to shop smart. And this video is gonna arm you with everything that you need to avoid the pitfalls of the extreme budget segment, but without blowing up your budget. The best part is that you can use what you're about to learn for years to come, because these principles have been valid for as long as this channel has existed, and it doesn't look like they're gonna change anytime soon. Like my cringe segues to sponsors like
Zoho One. Zoho One brings together sales, marketing, finance, analytics, and support in a single unified platform to run your entire business. Try Zoho 1 today for
I think we'll actually go do a farm run now, so hold off on watching Linus. Let's go. Whoops, didn't want that. Alright, farm run time. Let's go. And boom. Let's exchange. Pick these. We'll put this in. Put marigold in. Let's exchange and pick. And good. Not bad. We'll put this in. The dwarf weed. Let's deactivate. And do green fingers. Let's harvest. Good. Let's keep going here. Not bad. Let's do a quick exchange. And harvest. Good. Alrighty. Let's see here. Let's put this in. On the watermelon. Exchange. Let's harvest. Not bad. Okay, I'll put this in. Good. Good. We'll exchange. Good. Alrighty. Okay. One bad. Okay. Let's go here. Good. Come up here. Boom. Again. Let's pick this. We'll put this in. Marigold in. Siphon. Let's pick these. We'll put this in. Put watermelon in. Whoops. Nope. It's dwarfweed. Mess that up. Okay. Now we have watermelons. Good. We'll put this in. Do watermelon again. Exchange. Harvest. Bad. We'll exchange. Harvest. Okay. Do this. Okay. Put this in. Do this. There we go. Do this. Good. Bad. Okay. Good. Let's go to Callerby now. Alrighty. Over here. And boom. Let's exchange. Pick these. Put this in. Put marigolds in. Pick some herbs. Not bad. Let's see here. Nice. Then we'll go lanthanum. And exchange. This water here. And harvest. And good. Put this in. Do watermelon. Exchange. Let's harvest. And good. There we go. Not bad. Pretty good here. Alrighty, let's exchange. Put this in. And good. There we go. And good. Okay. Let's see here. And good. Let's come over here to our dune. And good. Let's come over here. And boom. And good. There we go. Okay. Let's use this. Put everything in. Come up here. Alrighty. And let's trade. We'll do this. And water. And good. Put this in. Come over here. There we go. Move this in. There we go. We'll put, is it treated? Yep. We'll do lantidime. And exchange. Let's harvest. Good. Let's exchange. Harvest. Or we'll take these. Harvest. Put this in. We'll rake. Now we can put this in. 2 watermelons. Exchange. Water. Gonna get dragon manure. Take 5 buckets out. And go muck out dragon manure now. Muck out. Good. Nice. Let's muck out. One siphon. And climb over. There we go. Come over here. And boom. Let's climb over. Let's muck out. There we go. Good. Let's climb over. Over here. Come over here. And boom. Alright, let's collect. That's good. You can collect here. Use the chest. Let's move on. And spore. Go legends. Teleport. Over here. And select. Go to Canifis. There we go. That's fine. We'll go to Tyrannin. Check on our shrooms. It's fine as well. We'll go to Kirwis now. Exchange. Let's pick these. Put this in. The Atlantidime. Exchange. Let's get some marigold seeds from Coden. And then we'll head on over. Boom. Let's teleport. Good. Let's go Tree Gnome. Stronghold first. Then we'll go to the village. Let's come over. Go to the village. Come over here. Boom. Squeeze through. Let's follow Elkoi. Come over here. And search and pick. Nice. Let's use this. Go Meleer. Come up here. Go across. And boom. Let's pick. Not bad. Let's exchange. We'll go to Latia. Finish up here. Let's pick. Alrighty. Let's exchange. Harvest. There we go. Quite a bit of watermelon there. Put this in. Let's go to wars. And exit. Nice. Come out. Let's search here. Let's keep going. And boom. Let's exchange. Let's pick here. Not bad. Alrighty. Let's keep going here. I'll put this in. Let's go Cave Nightshade. Exchange. Siphon. Okay. We'll go Herb Patch. Let's go. Oh, gotta toggle first. Get to Edgeville. Gonna toggle this. Boom. Now across here. Let's toggle. Go Herb Patch. Let's go. And let's exchange. Good. Let's pick. There we go. And good. Put this in. Put lanthanum in. Exchange. Let's go down. And boom. Come over here. Nice. There we go. Let's go down. Good. Not bad. Let's search here. Whoops. And boom. Here we go. Let's go all correct. Golden dragon fruit. There we go. Let's pick this. We'll go up. And boom. Let's go here. And this. And exchange. And pick. We'll put this in. We'll go dwarfweed. Let's go to Menaphos. Come up here. Go here. Boom. We'll go up. Let's pick. We'll go to wars. We'll do this. Whoops. Super. We'll go to Caradet now. There we go. We'll move here. Let's pick. Siphon. Alrighty. Let's go over here. We'll bank this. Whoops. Guess we'll just go to Infernal Source. Go over here. In view. Good. Let's descend. Go to the source. There we go. Come over here. Let's enter. We'll enter here. Come over here. Let's enter. Come over here. Let's enter. Good. Let's start excavating. Take a little break here now. Alrighty, let's keep going here. Come over here. Nice. Alrighty. One moment. There we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Just keep excavating. Here we go. Come over here. There we go. Not bad. Let's come over here. You're good. Alrighty. Not bad. Let's keep going here. Nice. Alrighty. Let's come over here. There we go. There we go. Good. See here. Come over here. Boom. Enter. Let's deposit. Let's head back. There we go. Center. Good. Gonna enter here. There we go. Let's take this. Keep excavating. Go. Over here. Good. Over here. Good. Good. Alrighty. Good. Over here. Some over here. Good. And enter. Come up here. Pause it. Come over. One bad. And boom. Center. Come up here. Keep excavating. There we go. Siphon. Come up here. Okay. See here. Bad. Yeah. Bad. Okay. Good, good. One bad. Good, good. Come over here. Nice. Okay. Come over here. Good, good. Nice. Alrighty. Good. see here. Let's come over and enter. Over here and boom. Center. And good. Come up here. Boom. Boom again. Whoops. Let's deposit. Keep going here. And enter. Over here. And enter. And excavate. Good. 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 Let's move over here. Okay. Start doing some watching. Let's go.
For 30 days using the link below.
Good.
Let's begin with a couple of good reasons to buy a basic GPU. Let's say your PC dies the night before a deadline and grabbing the cheapest thing on the shelf at Best Buy is your only way to get back up and running. I would do the same thing. Or maybe you're hacking together a low-power Plex box or a utility PC from old hardware. If you only need some form of video output, budget GPUs can end up being your only option thanks to their compact size and low power consumption. But if your main consideration is the cost, these good reasons start to disappear very quickly, because now what matters is the value of what you're buying, which for gamers fundamentally boils down to one thing. For every dollar I am spending, how much performance am I getting? And typically for a GPU, that's measured in FPS, or the number of frames that it can render per second. For many of you watching this channel, this concept might seem downright intuitive, but people who aren't enthusiasts might not have the context to interpret a graph like this. And they shouldn't be shamed for that. I mean, I don't know everything there is to know about tires, for example. And think about it. If you spent your whole life gaming on consoles, compatibility is binary. It runs or it doesn't run. You've never had to think about how well it runs and how that might vary depending on the rest of your setup and the games that you're playing. Making matters worse for new buyers, it's not obvious whether a given graphics card on the shelf will deliver an acceptable gaming experience. And I lay a lot of the blame for this firmly at Nvidia and AMD's feet. Both use naming schemes that work a little something like this. Your first number, or numbers, is the generation of the product. The next one is its performance class, and the final is a placeholder that sometimes gets used to denote an in-betweener product. You've got your suffixes like XT or super that typically denote a more better version of what is fundamentally the same thing. The issue is that neither of them treats their own conventions as anything other than rough guidelines, and both of them have shown that they're willing to break these conventions outright in the interest of making a subpar product seem more desirable. Take the GT 1030 and GTX 1630 from Nvidia, for example. From the numbering alone, we might conclude that while they're in a similar class, there should be a huge performance difference between these two cards. And there is, but it's not as much as you might expect. While the name suggests that the 1630 should be 6 whole generations newer, there's actually only 1 generation separating these two cards. And even within its own generation, I consider the 1030's naming to be very misleading. Consider this, a 1070 is roughly 80% as fast as a 1080. A 1060, roughly 70% as fast as a 1070, which kind of makes sense so far, right? But then, a 1050 is only half the speed of a 1060, and a 1030 falls to just half the speed of that. Making matters more complicated, NVIDIA has made headlines multiple times in recent years, in recent days actually, for releasing GPUs that use the same numbering scheme, but with downgraded memory configurations that are catastrophic for performance. As an innocent shopper, how am I supposed to infer that higher performance tiers have large price gaps and small performance gaps, while lower performance tiers have small price gaps with big performance gaps? Even as someone who does understand the numbers, I would be totally lost here, which is why the savvy shopper then always comes back to frames per second. Let's talk about how to read a graph like this.
This is a performance graph for in-game performance. It's the result of data collected over the course of the benchmark, and the bars you see here indicate how smooth the overall display is. Each item is split into 3 bars here. Average, 5% low, and 1% low frame rates. Average is exactly that, the average performance. But it doesn't tell you the whole story, because how fast a game runs at any given moment differs depending on what's happening on screen. That's where the lows come in, and these represent the lowest frame rates that were recorded 5% and 1% of the time, respectively, which paints a more complete picture of the performance that you can expect from scene to scene. What frame rate is acceptable or playable is very subjective, but generally speaking, gamers often want to see 60 or higher on these minimums in order to ensure animations and motion is as smooth as possible on the typical consumer displays that can display a new frame 60 times per second. Even then, a high average frame rate with low minimums indicates a wide swing in performance that will be very noticeable during gameplay unless both are well above 60. Console games will often lock their frame rate to 30 if they can't reach 60 to ensure those swings don't happen. And while that's often controversial for current gen owners, it crucially ensures that things feel consistent from frame to frame. But don't be fooled into thinking that you'll exactly match a GPU's performance shown in graphs like these. The system it's installed in will have a massive impact on the level of performance, and this phenomenon is often referred to as bottlenecking, where the maximum performance is held back by the weakest link. This is why you have to pay attention to the system that a reviewer is using to test a GPU. One piece of information you might notice is missing is the price. And that's something that we've tried and unfortunately failed to incorporate into our graphs in the past. The reason is that the actual price is often going to be very different from what the MSRP is, especially late into a product's life cycle, and the used price is going to change the calculus even further and is not consistent. But performance mostly is. This is where it's up to you to check the current market conditions and weigh the performance data against the costs today. It's also up to you to make sure that your performance data is as accurate as possible by using multiple different reviews. Well, no one wants to make an incomplete review. Testing for reviews are often done in the span of a week or less, and none can be truly exhaustive. That means that each of us has to prioritize our testing, and we'll all have different priorities. Some reviewers test different games at different settings, or compare different GPUs, and this is crucial for understanding the complete picture. Plus, sometimes reviewers mess up. That's why you should always check multiple reviews before making a decision.
Now that we're familiar with how to interpret these numbers, there are a couple of things that are going to stand out. First and foremost is that the blank tees on LTTstore.com are great quality and very reasonably priced. Second is that, like I've been saying for years, it should be illegal to call a low-end GPU value or budget, because it's people on a budget who can least afford to have their money wasted. And these things are just that. A complete waste of money across the board. But just pointing out problems isn't useful. What are the solutions? I'm glad you asked. The first one is the kind of thing that makes you kind of scratch your head and go, really? Instead of buying an entry-level GPU like one of these, buy the next tier up for almost the same amount. Yeah, you heard me. Look at the pricing for the GeForce 1630. While you could treat yourself to a polished turd in a box of KFC, the $20 price gap to get double the performance with a 1650 seems like a no-brainer, especially if you consider that even though both of these cards might run your games today, the 1650 is gonna last you a lot longer as new games come out. The $30 delta on the AMD side of things is a bit steeper, but we've also seen promotions that have brought the 6500 XT down to literally the same price as a 6400. And what goes down almost always comes down again. Option number 2 is a little bit outside the box, but can be an effective way to upgrade not only your GPU, but actually your whole system without spending extra money. Let's say you're running a 4th gen Intel CPU from about 10 years ago. Working motherboards from that generation are worth more than you'd think, selling for anywhere from $60 to $100. A 4th gen Core i5 is worth about $15, and 8 gigs of DDR3 is worth anywhere from $15 to $20. As a kit, you might even be able to do a little bit better. So at minimum, you're gonna be left with $90 to spend alongside your $150 GPU budget. Well, guess what? You can actually upgrade to a Ryzen 5 5600G with 16 gigs of RAM and an A520 motherboard for about $240. That gives you 6 much faster CPU cores, double the RAM, and an integrated GPU that, guess what, will perform on par with that GT 1030 that you could have bought. You're also getting modern features like extra USB 3 ports, M.2 storage support, and the ability to run Windows 11 without any hacks. I mean, who doesn't like a fun little Facebook Marketplace adventure? It's kind of like your own little scrapyard wars. Option number 3, though, is my personal favorite. Why do you want a brand new card sealed in a box when a much better one is a bus ride and a quick dust cleaning away? A good rule of thumb is that for any current generation GPU, there's probably going to be a previous gen one that is either faster for the same price or cheaper for the same performance. For example, the 1630 is priced at about $150 to $190 US. For that kind of money, you could get a GTX 1080. I mean, sure, it's from 2016, and it will consume more power while you're gaming, but it runs at least twice as fast. And there are other options. Why don't you save some money on an RX 590 from AMD? That is a great performing card from 2018 that regularly sells for under $100. Option number 3 is also great if you don't care about gaming performance at all, since if all you're after is a basic working GPU so you can output video, man, those can be had for so little that even if they die, you could just buy another one and still have money left over compared to buying a brand new card. On that note, I get it. Not everyone is comfortable giving up a warranty. But I would make the argument that much of that risk can be mitigated by using platforms like eBay with buyer protection, or doing what I used to do and testing products when you meet up to buy them. With the amount I've saved over the years buying secondhand hardware, it has more than covered me for the odd failure. Which is all fine and good that we have these options, but there are still a couple big questions remaining. Like, why do these crappy products exist at all? And why don't AMD and Nvidia just price them fairly then? Do they hate poor people? Let's address that one first. It comes down to the steps involved in building a card and getting it to your door. Every GPU, no matter how low end or high end, has some fixed costs. The gold in the contacts, the copper in the PCB, the PCI bracket, assembly, HDMI port royalties, quality assurance testing. All of that stuff factors in before the cost of the expensive parts, like the GPU chip itself, the memory, the voltage regulators. So the lowest end GPUs actually start to approach this fixed cost floor to the point where the manufacturing cost isn't significantly different compared to the step up. And this is especially true when, like the GTX 1630 and 1650, the two cards actually use the same physical chips. We'll have these better value cards linked down below. As for why they exist then, the chips in these bottom of the lineup GPUs are most often created first as mobile chips. In a laptop, the cost difference often really is a matter of just choosing which GPU to solder on, because almost all of the supporting components are already part of the final product. There's already power delivery circuitry, there's already a cooling system, there's no need for a PCI bracket, and the outputs are already there. A laptop is assembled and QA'd as a whole unit, so these GPUs can make economic sense in that market. What makes economic sense for me is to segue to our sponsor.
Nord Security. If you keep up with the tech news, you'll know that hackers are always looking for new ways to compromise everything from tech giant servers to grandma's computer. Thankfully, Nord Security's well-rounded protection package is there to help protect your files, devices, and personal data online. Like NordPass, a password manager that helps you generate unique passwords across your devices and browsers. Or NordLocker, a powerful file encryption and sharing service that's a great alternative to Google Drive. Cybercrime is everywhere these days, so make sure you're taking the right precautions when you surf the web. Right now, you can get 4 months free on all of Nord's products. So what are you waiting for? Head to nordsecurity.com/Linus or click the link down in the description below.
If you're looking for something else to watch, go check out the last time we did a video about how cheap GPUs suck when... Wait, Luke hosted it? That was 6 years ago? Time sure flies, hey?
We are at my UPS hub in Maspeth. In the holidays, we work definitely longer shifts. It's crazy, but it's good.
Okay.
The United Kingdom is currently going through one of the greatest crises in its entire history, and it's so severe it's unclear whether or not the country will end up surviving in its current form at all. The rate of inflation in Britain is currently the highest it's been in more than 40 years. The economy is in the midst of a recession that is only likely to get worse through 2023, while the UK government shuffled through 3 different prime ministers in a matter of only 51 days. And perhaps worst of all from the perspective of Westminster, Scotland continues to remain restless. A threat that can not only end up dissolving the entire country after more than 3 centuries of unity, but could also undermine NATO's entire strategy against the Russians in the event of a war. You see, back in 2014, the UK government granted Scotland the right to hold a referendum on independence for the first time in the country's history, and it only narrowly failed. 45% of Scottish voters back then voted to leave and become an independent country, while 55% voted to remain within the UK. But of course, that referendum was held back when the UK was still in the European Union, before the Brexit vote that came 2 years later in 2016. During that UK-wide referendum on whether or not the whole country should remain in the European Union, 62% of the Scottish vote went towards remaining, making up a majority in every single voting area in the country. But England and Wales voted slightly more in favor of leaving, with the English vote being split roughly 53% leave and 47% remain. And because England's population is 5 times larger than Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland combined, that was enough to edge the entire UK-wide vote just slightly more in favor of leaving, split roughly 52% leave to 48% remain. The entire United Kingdom was now leaving the European Union, and it was taking Scotland along with it, despite the clear majority in Scotland wishing to remain. It then became clear that one way for Scotland to remain in the EU would be if they left the UK, and then reapplied to join the EU as an independent country. And so the case for another referendum on independence immediately began to gain more steam. Then in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic in October of 2020, polling in Scotland began showing for the very first time a narrow majority of Scots were then in favor of independence, with 52% in favor to 39% against and 8% undecided. And then during the 2021 parliamentary elections, pro-independence parties in Scotland managed to increase their majority in the Scottish Parliament. That encouraged Scotland's First Minister in June of 2022 to then propose a second referendum on independence that was tentatively dated for the 19th of October 2023, 9 years after the first referendum had been held. But then just a few weeks ago, the UK Supreme Court unanimously ruled that Scotland has no right to host another independence referendum on its own without the approval of the UK government in Westminster. And by that, they really mean without the approval of England. the country that so demographically dominates the UK. The second Scottish independence referendum has thus been put on hold now indefinitely, and a lot of the reason why is because the specter of an independent Scotland is probably the single greatest nightmare that terrifies not only the government in Westminster, but also the strategic planners at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Because if Scotland ever does end up leaving the UK, it won't just mean a potential end of the United Kingdom and a disunited Britain. It will also mean that Russia's military position in the Arctic and the North Atlantic will be greatly strengthened, and the Kremlin will most likely have a better ability to threaten and disrupt the NATO alliance in ways that it has never been capable of doing before. Here's what I mean. The first thing we need to consider is what happens to the rest of the United Kingdom if Scotland leaves the country. And the first major consequence will be what would happen to all of the UK's oil and gas reserves located in the North Sea. Beginning back in 1970, large commercial-grade offshore oil and gas reserves began to be discovered within the British Maritime Exclusive Economic Zone of the North Sea. They would eventually reveal that the UK controlled the 31st largest reserves of oil in the world, an amount that is roughly on a par with the Republic of the Congo, one of the members of OPEC. Understandably, these North Sea reserves quickly became a central foundation for the modern British and Scottish economies. By the 1980s, British oil and gas revenues from the North Sea had hit their highest levels when adjusted for inflation, around £35 billion a year in today's valuation. And over time, the industry would pay hundreds of billions of pounds in taxes to the British government and support hundreds of thousands of UK jobs. And even though production, revenues, and taxes have all steadily declined over the decades since the 80s, as the fields have become more and more depleted, British domestic oil and gas production was still sufficient enough to meet more than half of the UK's entire demand as recently as 2016. And as a result, the UK has been capable of maintaining a strong sense of energy independence now for decades, and has been less reliant on foreign imports of oil and gas than other European countries like Germany. And that has given the British government a much higher degree of flexibility in its foreign policy. As an example, before the Russians invaded Ukraine, the UK was only importing 4% of its gas and 9% of its oil from Moscow, compared to Germany's Russian-supplied imports of more than half of their gas and 40% of their oil. Thus, it was a far easier decision for the UK to ban all of their Russian fossil fuel imports than it was for Germany. They could always make up some of that difference by ramping up production in their own fields in the North Sea. But if Scotland ever ends up leaving the country, it'll take the entire domestic British oil industry along with it. This is because, as an independent country, Scotland would be entitled to its own Maritime Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ, just like every other country, and it would most likely end up looking something like this. All of the maritime resources within this zone would then belong to Scotland. And remember that the UK's offshore oil and gas reserves in the North Sea are located like this. Notice that pretty much all of the oil reserves would be within the Scottish EEZ. This means that in an instant, 95% of the UK's current oil reserves would flip over to being Scottish oil reserves. And many interesting implications would flow from this. Scotland could then choose to do whatever they want with the oil, including potentially nationalizing the industry and kicking out the big major companies that are currently operating there like BP. Or they could potentially even refuse to allow any extraction at all, and let the oil sit there in the ground for environmental reasons while the country transitions towards a renewable future. Whichever the scenario, Scotland would ultimately be in charge of what is today the entire UK's domestic oil supply, and they'd be capable of deciding how much or how little of it goes to whatever remains of the UK. If it ends up being very little, then whatever remains of the UK suddenly loses a lot of its former energy independence. And so they'll have to go searching around the world for additional oil suppliers to meet their demand. And worse still, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the reluctance of OPEC members to raise production resulted in the global price of oil skyrocketing in 2022, which is resulting in a temporary boost in the profits to the UK oil industry and potentially encouraging Scottish independence even further. Since most of the oil industry takes place in Scottish waters, the higher oil prices are temporarily improving Scotland's financial position relative to the UK as a whole. Scottish nationalists are aware that this situation won't last forever, as the limited oil reserves continue to run out and global prices eventually return back to normal. So right now, Scotland is the strongest they are ever likely to appear in any hypothetical negotiations for independence. Hence, partially why the Scottish First Minister was insisting on an independence referendum to be held in October of 2023. But were Scotland to successfully leave the country, it likely wouldn't be the end of the United Kingdom's dissolution. For the first time in the UK's modern history, the 2021 census revealed that Catholics outnumber Protestants in Northern Ireland by a rate of 42% to 37% of the population. And while this doesn't suggest that all Catholics support union with Ireland, nor all Protestants support staying in the UK, it is still nonetheless a notable demographic development. Exactly a century previously, in 1921, when Ireland was partitioned between the independent Republic of Ireland and the still UK-ruled Northern Ireland, the more UK loyalist Protestants outnumbered the more Irish Republican Catholics by a ratio of 2 to 1. And Westminster's demographic control over Belfast looked more secure than it does today. And then, as in Scotland, came the Brexit vote of 2016. And just as in Scotland, the Northern Irish also voted more heavily to remain in the European Union, with roughly 56% voting Remain and only 44% voting Leave. And immediately after the results became clear that the whole UK, including Northern Ireland, would be leaving the European Union, the Irish Republican Party next door in the Republic of Ireland that most heavily advocates for Irish unification, Sinn Féin, called for a referendum on a united Ireland to be held at once. As with Scotland, one potential way for Northern Ireland to rejoin the European Union would be to leave the UK and join the Republic of Ireland, which is still an EU member state. And while general support for this within Northern Ireland is difficult to gauge, were Scotland to leave the UK, it would almost certainly have an effect on Northern Ireland's desire to leave as well. In the event that both of them did leave, the United Kingdom would essentially dissolve into just the Kingdom of England and Wales, marking what would probably be the end of the long, century-long process of the British Empire's collapse that began after the end of the First World War. If they left, Scotland and Northern Ireland would almost certainly apply to and rejoin the European Union. But what about the NATO military alliance? Ireland has always maintained an official policy of military neutrality throughout its entire history since independence, and has never once applied to join NATO, even after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If Northern Ireland left the UK and joined with the Republic of Ireland, then that territory would no longer be a part of the NATO alliance. And if Scotland leaves the UK, then they would also suddenly no longer be a part of NATO either. That would leave them with two choices. Either reapply to NATO and go through what would likely become a years-long bureaucratic process to become approved individually by every single other existing member of NATO, or pursue a similar policy of military neutrality as Ireland, and simply decline to reapply and stay out of it. Either of these choices would be a major pain both for NATO and whatever remains of the British military for these very critical reasons. The first thing to consider are the British military bases in the north of Scotland. The RAF base at Lossiemouth and the Army base at Leuchars. An independent Scotland would have every right to insist on the British military vacating from both of them, and the consequences for NATO would be dire. Lossiemouth is one of the largest air bases operated by the RAF, and is one of the two air bases that currently contributes to the UK's continuous airspace protection alongside the RAF base at Coningsby, further to the south in Lincolnshire. Planes operating out of these two air bases maintain the continuous defense of UK airspace at all times. And Lossiemouth is arguably the more important one, because it is the one more nearby to where Russian jets most frequently make their probing flybys. After the Russians invaded Ukraine for the first time and annexed Crimea in 2014, and Western nations began applying financial sanctions against their government, Russian jets, including nuclear-capable bombers, have made frequent flybys of the UK's airspace by flying around the north of the country, and the RAF most often intercepts them by scrambling fighters out of Lossiemouth. But this ability will be lost to whatever remains of the RAF were Scotland to leave, and their ability to intercept Russian aircraft and potentially even missiles coming in from the north will be severely depleted. But that's not even the worst thing that would potentially happen for NATO. The worst nightmare for NATO is what would happen to the submarine bases and facilities here at Fastlane and Coalport on the west coast of Scotland. Arguably the most strategically located naval facility in the entire NATO alliance. Fastlane is presently the home base of the entirety of the British nuclear submarine fleet and the UK's whole nuclear deterrent. It was selected for this purpose back during the Cold War because of its excellent geographic location, which is the best place in the entire UK to build a submarine base at. The area around Fastlane is remote and sparsely populated, far removed from any prying eyes. The waters around it are well protected and easily defensible, while the Gair Loch and Firth of Clyde nearby are deep and easily navigable bodies of water that lead directly out to either the Irish Sea and the English Channel in the south, or up to the all-important GI-UK gap in the north between Scotland, Iceland, and Greenland. The GI-UK gap is probably the most important body of water for submarines to consider in the entire world, because it is the only possible gateway that Russian and formerly Soviet subs could take from their northern bases in the Arctic towards the Atlantic Ocean. Even today, the crown jewel of the Russian Navy is their northern fleet based up near Murmansk in the Kola Peninsula. Russia possesses 11 submarines in total that are capable of firing long-range nuclear weapons in the event of an all-out nuclear war. And 8 of those subs are stationed with the Northern Fleet near Murmansk. The only way for them to travel into the Northern Atlantic and threaten the United States and Canada is by traveling anywhere through the GI-UK gap, which is presently controlled on all of its sides entirely by NATO allies, with a major submarine base at Fastlane located right nearby for rapid and stealthy access, where all 4 of the UK's nuclear-armed submarines are presently headquartered. One of these 4 nuclear-armed submarines is always out on patrol in an undisclosed location at all times. And this is how the UK manages to maintain a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year nuclear deterrent. If you attack the UK with nukes, you never know where that other sub is that can fire back at you in retaliation. But of course, this entire strategy immediately falls apart the moment Scotland leaves the UK and NATO and doesn't decide to rejoin. This is even further complicated by the Scottish government's antagonistic position towards nuclear weapons. Leading up to the 2014 Scottish independence referendum, the Scottish National Party vowed that it would force the British submarines and nuclear weapons out of Fastlane in the country were independence to be achieved. That would mean the UK would suddenly lose its continually at sea nuclear deterrent, and there were few other places anywhere else in the UK for those subs and nukes to go in the event that they are forced to leave. It would end up costing the UK billions of pounds and years worth of effort to recreate another submarine base of the same kind of caliber somewhere else in England or Wales. And the geographic location would never be as good as it is at Fastlane. For many years until the new base could be constructed, the entire British submarine fleet and nuclear deterrent would almost certainly have to be rebased outside of the country, in the facilities of another NATO ally with nuclear submarine capabilities, of which there are only 2. Across the Channel in France or across the Atlantic in the United States, neither of which are particularly close to the GI-UK gap, and both of which would add significant logistical issues to the UK's nuclear deterrent. As a great power with global interests and commitments, the UK arguably needs a continuous nuclear deterrent because global threats can suddenly develop and change very rapidly. In 2021, many would have probably argued that the UK no longer needed nuclear weapons to defend itself with, as there were simply no existential threats to the country. But then a year later, in September of 2022, in the midst of the conflict in Ukraine, a former advisor to Vladimir Putin named Sergei Markov publicly said during a televised interview that Russian nuclear missiles could be aimed at London if the UK continues to be, according to him, aggressive towards Moscow. Geopolitical and existential threats can appear and change rapidly. It's important to remember that in 1932, Germany was crippled financially and its military was hobbled by the Treaty of Versailles, and it didn't appear as any kind of threat to the British. But then, just 8 years later, the Germans were occupying Paris and they were bombing London every single night during the Blitz. The Royal Navy's submarines and nuclear deterrent cannot ever afford to take the chance of being away from the country for years at a time, while threats like these can suddenly materialize. The Royal Navy's facilities at Fastlane and Coalport are therefore considered almost irreplaceable to both the defense of the UK and NATO's defense of the GI-UK gap in the North Atlantic. And as such, there have been suggestions that during the negotiations of an independent Scotland, the UK could offer to lease the facilities from Scotland in order to continue using them. But this is unlikely to happen because, again, the Scottish government simply wants the nuclear weapons and the subs out of the country, and lease payments from the UK to continue storing their nuclear weapons there are unlikely to convince them otherwise. And that means that the most likely scenario if Scotland achieves independence is that the UK and NATO will lose their most strategically valuable submarine base. British and NATO subs will no longer be capable of rapidly accessing the GI-UK gap in the event of an emergency. And since Scotland and a potential United Ireland will both not likely be members of NATO, the entire southern flank of the GI-UK gap will fall under the fog of war to NATO intelligence, granting the Russian nuclear submarine fleet based in Kola an unprecedented ability to infiltrate through the gap and into the North Atlantic, where they can cause all kinds of chaos and damage to the West. It isn't just the threat of them being able to fire nuclear missiles at NATO targets from anywhere in the remote vastness of the Atlantic. The bigger risk is potentially the threat of Russian maritime sabotage to the dozens of critical undersea internet cables that span the Atlantic between North America and Europe. These are the cables.
All right. Let's go collect golden dragon fruit. Let's go here. Let's do this. Go here. We'll deposit. Come up here. And pick. And go to all Carid. Bad. Let's pick. Good. Go to Menaphos. Come up here. And boom. One more like so. Blade to dive up and pick. Good. Siphon that. And then go back to Infernal Source. There we go. Whoops. Go Infernal Source. Use the bank chest. I believe we still need one more Qatar. There we go. Got one more Qatar. Let's go down. Good. And let's surge. Come over here. Use bladed. Enter. Come over here. Up. And start excavating. Let's excavate. Alright, let's keep watching.
Cables that literally form the backbone of the global economy. They carry more than 95% of international data and more than $10 trillion worth of financial transfers every single day. The cables across the Atlantic are the most vital links between the two halves of the NATO alliance. And they are especially critical to the Europeans because a majority of European data is stored within data centers across the United States that then have to travel through these cables back to Europe. Without these cables, the internet as you know it and the connectivity that you're used to between the continents would simply not exist. And you'd have to just rely on satellites instead, which are significantly slower, less reliable, and more expensive to maintain. But the cables are also critical for the military and diplomatic institutions as well, as most military orders between the continents flow through these cables too. In 2008, a break in the undersea cables between Italy and Egypt directly caused military orders being sent to US forces in Iraq to drop. And American drone flights over Iraq immediately decreased from hundreds a day down to dozens. In the opening shots of a potential conflict, these cables can be sabotaged to inflict economic mayhem and disrupt NATO's military communications, while Russian troops attempt to quickly pour across the borders into the Baltic states to occupy countries like Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania before a NATO response can be quickly or effectively made. The United States now has more than 100,000 troops deployed to Europe, largely to dissuade the Russians from ever trying to do that. But how do you think the majority of those troops receive their orders from the Pentagon? It's through those transatlantic cables, and the cables are vulnerable. Back in January of 2022, just a bit over a month before the Russians invaded Ukraine, one of the undersea fiber optic cables between the Norwegian mainland and the Svalbard archipelago was mysteriously ripped away. Svalbard happens to be home to the largest satellite ground station in the world, called Svalsat, which is used by Western space agencies to collect signals from satellites orbiting over the Arctic, where most of Russia's important submarine and nuclear weapons facilities happen to be located. Those signals are then sent from the station through the undersea cables back to the Norwegian and European mainland. But after the cable was destroyed, the Norwegians had to begin relying on a slower backup link to continue transmitting the data. And then nearly a year before that, in April of 2021, another cable that was used by Norway to monitor activity on the Arctic Ocean seafloor, where potential Russian saboteurs and submarines would be active, was also mysteriously destroyed. These events could have each been accidents, or they could have also been intentional sabotage. The ocean is a very big place, and it's difficult to see everything that's going on beneath it. In June of 2022, a mysterious culprit planted bombs down on the bottom of the Baltic Sea that blew up sections of the Nord Stream pipeline that deliver natural gas between Russia and Germany. And just a few weeks after the undersea cable between Svalbard and Norway was somehow destroyed, the Russian Navy carried out an exercise within international waters to the southwest of neutral Ireland. And the exercise's location happened to also be placed directly over the location of many of Europe's most critical undersea cables, including the highest capacity undersea cable in the world called Amity, a €250 million cable that was only completed in 2022 that can carry 368 terabits a second of data between the continents. The threat that the Russian Navy was making by this exercise was very clear. In the event of a conflict with NATO over Ukraine, the undersea internet cables across the North Atlantic would become a target of the submarine fleet based in Murmansk. And the only way those submarines can enter the North Atlantic is through the GI-UK gap. And if Scotland leaves the United Kingdom and NATO, then the Russian submarine fleet's ability to pass through the gap and threaten the cables will be dramatically increased. And that is why Scotland leaving the UK will most likely be a geopolitical headache for both the UK and NATO that they would each rather avoid, and why the UK will try to do whatever it takes to prevent Scotland from ever actually leaving in the first place. Now, sifting through all the news to create these kinds of videos about macro current events is pretty difficult. There are tons of different media outlets out there with all kinds of different biases that can make finding the nuanced truth about what's actually going on out in the world difficult to figure out. Which is exactly why a good news aggregator app like today's sponsor, Ground News, is so helpful. I literally use Ground News every day to help keep myself up to date on everything going on in the world, and it's because they'll provide you with a feed of headlines curated from more than 50,000 different outlets from all across the world, but with all the content sorted and categorized in various ways that make it easier to see through the spin and biases so you can figure out what's actually going on. This includes really useful abilities, like being able to watch how international stories are being covered across the globe using their interactive map, or being able to quickly swipe through the different headlines that different outlets are publishing on the same story, as well as an ability to observe which outlets are choosing to ignore or underreport certain stories that are being widely reported elsewhere. So if you're looking for a better way to stay informed about current events happening all around the world, make sure to check out Ground News by visiting the link down in the description below at ground.news/real-life-lore, or by clicking the button that's here on your screen now. It's a great way to help support what my team does here at Real Life Lore, and you can consider subscribing to Ground News as well in order to support independent media outsiders working to make the news a little more transparent. And as always, thank you for watching.
Alright, gonna go grab some water now. Be right back. Let's see here. Grab some water. are depositing materials now. Come over here. Good. Nice. Let's deposit. Good. Back over. Whoops. One center. Here we go. And then one more time. Come up here. One center. Take this. We'll excavate. Siphon here. There we go. Good. Nice. Not too bad. Let's excavate over here. And I think we'll continue doing some watching here. More video watching. Let's see. Here we go.
Hey everyone, it's your boy. You know that one friend that almost everybody has that where you just love them a lot. You love them so much from the bottom of your heart. You know so much about them, and there's a lot of parts that you respect about that one friend. But he's also that one friend who, although he may be extremely nice, he may give you the best experiences in life just by being around him. He's also that type of friend that makes really, really dumb mistakes. I'm talking ones where it's like, how did you make such a massive mistake? How did you not see it coming that this was perhaps a bad idea? And not only are they that friend that does that one bad idea, but they just keep continuing to make bad ideas, even though you and everyone around them keep telling him, hey, that's a bad idea, you shouldn't do these bad ideas. Well, to me, that friend is the anime industry, because they're about to make another big mistake. I mean, are we even surprised anymore at this point? Honestly, like just stuff like this now, I don't even get angry anymore. I've turned from an angry dad to just a disappointed dad at this point. Netflix lands My Hero Academia live action movie. Adds on Obi-Wan Kenobi writer Joby Harold. Just look, I honestly don't even care about this part. Okay, look, Joby, if that is your real name, you might be a nice dude, and I'm sure you're a super talented man. I've never seen Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I heard it was pretty well received, I think. All I care about is this first part, if I'm being honest with you. That's all I fucking care about. How many times must the anime industry keep making the same fucking mistake? There might be people saying, Joey, you don't even care about My Hero Academia. Why should you care if there's a live action anime? And yes, it is true. I didn't even finish the second season of My Hero Academia because, to be frank with you, I'm not at the age of 14. If I was at the age of 14, I probably would have loved the shit out of My Hero Academia. But as a 24-year-old when I first watched it, or however old I was, it was good. Season 1 was pretty decent, and I can see the appeal in it. But this is not how you're supposed to do this shit. I just keep fucking wanting to slam the desk at this point, just because it's getting frustrating, boys. It is. It's getting fucking frustrating. The anime industry doesn't seem to realize turning it into a live action is not a good idea. So yeah, as you can see, Netflix has landed the highly anticipated live-action film adaptation of My Hero Academia from producer Legendary Entertainment. The news of the live-action My Hero Academia movie broke out in August of 2021, which I actually didn't know about, just goes to show how little I care about My Hero, with the announcement that renowned Japanese filmmaker Shinsuke Sato, Alice in Borderland, would direct and executive produce the project, which marks his English language debut. I actually recently did watch Alice in Borderland. I've read the manga before as well. It's a good series. The Netflix series, much to anyone's surprise, because it was quite well received when it came out, was an actually decent live action adaptation. But here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem that I have with all of these like news announcement outlets, right? When it comes to like announcing new live action series and stuff like that. Just because one staff member is known for creating this good or even great thing doesn't automatically make this new thing good or great either. Like, you have to think about it conceptually, right? Like, you know, sure, Alice in Borderland had a lot of elements in its storytelling and in its visual department where it was a little easier to show it off with live action actors, right? You know, it's a little more grounded to reality than a lot of shonen series are, especially fucking My Hero Academia. I don't see the point of being like, oh, well, yeah, well, are you worried? Don't worry. We got this guy who executive produced and directed this pretty decent other series as well. Yeah, so you know this one's gonna slap. No, you could say like, oh, Martin Scorsese or fucking Quentin Tarantino is directing the next one, and it's not gonna make me watch it. Or actually, if it's Quentin Tarantino, I might watch it just a smidgen. It might have worked the first time. It doesn't mean it's going to work the second time, right? Like, yeah, sure, you know, you stuck the landing with Alice in Borderland. Okay, it wasn't the most amazing series ever. Pretty decent, but still wasn't amazing, right? But this is a completely different ballpark. This is a completely different sport you are playing right now. Alice in Borderland has little to no similarities to My Hero Academia, other than the fact that they're both based off a manga series. Sato will direct from a screenplay by Joby Harold, who wrote Obi-Wan Kenobi and Army of the Dead, neither of which I have seen, so I have no comments on that. Adapted from the globally acclaimed manga property My Hero Academia, written and illustrated by Horikoshi, is among the most popular manga titles in the world, with over 65 million copies in circulation, including digital editions. Dog, that don't mean shit when it comes to live action adaptations. That don't mean shit. Attack on Titan and fucking Full Metal Alchemist, you know, still incredibly popular, incredibly successful, both in Japan and in the West, and they turned into some of the most dog shit live action series. Dragon Ball, like literally one of the most fucking famous and most well-known and most successful manga franchise ever, birthed one of the shittiest live actions. Popularity does not equal good. How do they not know this yet? Harold is a veteran of big budget genre entertainment, known for his work on Edge of Tomorrow, John Wick Chapter 3, and most recently serving as the head writer and executive producer of the Obi-Wan Kenobi limited series for Disney+. Harold also co-wrote the screenplay for Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead, as well as 2023's Transformers Rise of the Beast, and is credited with writing the story for The Flash. My Hero Academia marks Harold's most recent team up with Legendary after he and Tunnel partnered with the company to produce a live-action Godzilla series for Apple. I mean, you know, there's probably a reason why we've never heard of any of these fucking series, right? Like, I didn't even know of the live-action Godzilla series for Apple. Like, who, like, I don't...
Already? Let's, leave now. We'll go Storm Guard. After we restore. This. Do some restoring. And good. Nice. Keep restoring here. Not bad. Let's see what we need. We need Hellfire. Okay. Let's put these in. Ready. Let's go turn these in. There we go. Get Hellfire now. Over here. Go down. Leave. And grab these. Continue watching.
Put your hand up if you ever fucking watch that. Out of all of the things that he has worked on, right? Edge of Tomorrow is one that I watched. It's the one with Tom Cruise, because it is originally based off a manga series, which was originally based off of a novel, a one-shot novel, Japanese novel, where I actually read the novel long before like the manga ever got published and the film even came out, right? It's a pretty fucking good book. It's based off a book called All You Need Is Kill. Obviously, you know, good reason why they changed it to Edge of Tomorrow. Sounds a lot cooler than All You Need Is Kill. Also more grammatically correct as well. But besides its grammatical errors, All You Need Is Kill, Edge of Tomorrow was a great book, great manga, and a pretty good movie in my opinion. I think a lot of people can agree that considering that it is based off of like a manga adaptation or a Japanese novel adaptation turned into a full-fledged, full production Hollywood film, it was actually a decent adaptation. I would say like B+, definitely. Definitely in the higher echelon than a lot of other of its contemporaries. But again, like this it doesn't mean anything. Again, like you could get some of the best in the best of the best in the fucking industry, and there are just some things that should not be adapted. Point blank period. There should be things that should just stay at what they currently are, keep it as a manga, keep it as an anime. Hell, I don't know, again, I don't understand what the mentality is of turning My Hero Academia into a live action, because My Hero Academia fans aren't fucking asking for it. The people who don't know anything about My Hero Academia aren't asking for it. Japanese audiences aren't asking for it. The Western audience isn't asking for it. Where is the fucking market for this? Like, legitimately, that's the biggest question I have with all of these live-action anime series. Who the fuck is the market? I can't point a single finger at any group of people that is, like, fucking shitting and coming in their seats being like, oh my god, yes, a My Hero Academia live action, just what they needed. I don't see what the problem is with just keeping it and sticking it to animation, especially recently, you know, like the fact that Disney Plus and Netflix, all these like big, more traditional, I guess, streaming companies are just hosting more and more anime series for a wider and wider and wider audience. And again, I just feel like in general, society-wise, over in the West especially, just the general acceptance to watching and liking anime as a child and even as an adult has just gotten a lot looser, and especially in the past 5 or 10 years, like since I've been on the internet talking about anime. Like it's pretty normal now to go up to someone and be like, yeah, I like anime, and they'll be like, oh cool, you know, it's like people saying, oh, I play games. It's just become common standard at this point. So again, the whole argument of like, oh, you know, adults don't watch cartoons anymore and they'll only watch the shit that, you know, has real life actors in it, that's bullshit, because A, that's just not true anymore. More and more adults, I feel, today are watching more and more cartoons because there are more cartoons readily available for an adult market. I mean, just look at the fucking success of series like BoJack Horseman. Like, that just proves to you that, yes, adults can watch cartoons, and there are cartoons and animations specifically made for adults. And two, My Hero Academia as a franchise was already doing so goddamn well in the box office. Like, the fact that, you know, there's been one, if not two, if I remember correctly, full-fledged My Hero Academia movies that did numbers. It did fucking numbers in the cinemas, especially in Japan, right? And again, the fact that, like, A, the manga is still going, and B, we're at, like, what, season 6 of the anime? It, as a franchise, is already doing pretty goddamn well just in the animation department. Just goes to show you that another reason why we don't need a fucking live action version of this. We really don't. If it's a series that's ongoing and people are enjoying it, and if anything, it is like a gateway into the anime world for a lot of people, especially for young kids of like the newer generation who are just starting to, like, you know, watch TV and watch cartoons and stuff like that. My Hero Academia is the type of series that I would play for my kids, you know, like if I had one, or just be like, yeah, it's simple, easy, straight to the point, entertaining, turn your brain off, shonen goodness, right? Like it's there's nothing there that is stopping a demographic from watching or reading or just enjoying My Hero Academia. So again, what the fuck is the point of turning into a live action adaptation? You're just literally pissing money up against the wall, and in the case with the people working on this shit, you're putting your fucking careers in danger, because let me tell you, fucking cred points go down when you're involved in the creation process of a shitty live action anime adaptation, which, look, Again, I can't judge in its entirety because I haven't seen a single piece of visuals or anything like that, but just looking at the past couple of years of live action anime adaptations, the track record is pretty fucking shaky. So yeah, I got nothing else to say on that. Like, genuinely, let me know in the comments if you're actually excited about this. Because, like, just no trolling, all right? No trolling. I want to conduct an actual, proper scientific survey just within my audience, or if you haven't subscribed and you're just finding this video, I just want to know, okay? Like, legitimately tell me, put your hand up and tell me in the comments if you are actually excited about this, even just a smidgen. And I'm not talking about like a morbid curiosity type of thing. I'm talking about like I hope this is good, and because I am going to watch it levels of like excited or curious, right? Because I have morbid curiosity about this, because I think and I know with pretty good certainty this is probably going to be shit. But I genuinely want to know if there are people who are actually excited about this. Like, if you're an actual part of the demographic who is asking for something like this. Because I just genuinely think that demographic, regardless of what the wider Western film industry says, I just think it doesn't exist. And I think they're just trying to find an excuse to try and fucking push out and shill out some kind of like horrible live action because they can. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to smack my face right there to subscribe to the channel. Let's keep making big channel number go bigger. Over here next to my head is a couple more videos you can check out if you enjoyed this one. And links to all of my social media, Twitter, Instagram, Patreon, and my YouTube, Shorts, and TikTok, which are blowing up at the moment. Thank you for the support on that, are all down in the description below. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
There we go.
I think this is gonna work. Small businesses like this learning center.
They're here.
Help communities thrive. That's why Wells Fargo has donated roughly $420 million to diverse small business owners.
Let's continue.
That is also probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. This episode of Eat It or Eat It, we are taking part in the lovely holiday of Hanukkah. Celebrating it with some delicious Hanukkah-related dishes. Garrett worked with some of our Jewish team members to make some meals for you guys today. We have Rachel behind the counter with Garrett. Rachel!
Whoa! She said, "I'm from season 4 of The Circle."
It's the only thing I know how to say in Hebrew.
Rachel, what do you have in store for everybody today?
We're gonna start off with some challah. We're gonna break bread, and so if you guys, I know you guys all know the word, so if you would join me in the chamotzi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lehem men haaretz. No.
I got that part right. Half of it.
Okay, and
I'm
now
half
it's
Jewish.
very simple. You break bread.
It's more of a tear.
Break off a piece and pass
You
it?
break off a piece and you pass it.
Break off a piece and you pass it down.
Pass it to the left, guys. I'm gonna break, pass.
Oh, you wait,
break, pass to the left.
Okay. I'm just believing.
Take it yourself right
Sorry.
back and go.
Yeah.
Just touch all of it. Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
You don't want any. You don't have to have any.
Oh, this feels
Get it
good.
to Damien last.
I'm not a big challah fan because it's usually sweet. I like sweet bread.
This
guy's
Whoa.
It's a big piece,
Holla
Noah.
at your boy.
How is it?
Oh, there's a baby in this, right? They're great. It's actually really good challah.
It's good challah, right?
That's challah good.
While we line our stomachs, why don't you guys like and subscribe? It's always a good time here. Get ready for the meal of a lifetime, baby. Here are the rules. First to ding the bell eats the dish. That person is then out and safe for the rest of the game. Last person standing eats the big bite, which is either the best or the worst dish of the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Wow, there was a
daring
competition.
Ian.
Oh, you bestie.
Are already regretting your decision?
Does this look like anything that's
It looks like shit. Look at me.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Wouldn't say it's good. It's like there's a lot of things fighting in my mouth right now. There's definitely some onion in there. I think it's meat. It's. I mean, I really think this is like what you would maybe feed to a dog.
A Jewish dog.
A Jewish dog.
That's what you feed.
Oniony meat.
Don't love the look of it.
No, me neither.
Look, I feel like look is going to be the only thing that was messed with it. Like, I think it might be a filling for something else, and just like by itself, it's.
I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't tell you what it is, but I think it's meant to be eaten like that. I think it's just straight onions and liver. Lisa is glaring off camera.
Bro, that's exactly. Yes.
The problem for me is that it's giving too many things. I'm getting
Yeah.
I'm getting oatmeal.
The dish that was just tasted was chopped liver, purchased from a Jewish deli.
Yeah,
So
give me that.
you nailed it, Noah. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, no, once you said it was liver, I was like, oh, that's the taste.
Yeah.
That's that
All right,
taste.
in Damien went. Oh, he's okay. It's happening.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Oh, I hate liver.
Really, it's so good for
My
you.
mom
Yeah, it's
loves
good for
liver.
you. It's chock full of B vitamins.
Damien's been hanging out
I'm
with his
gonna
cats too
pass.
much.
They don't get
Anybody
this. This is
else?
all for me.
Anybody else want to try?
I'm okay.
Anybody?
It's not bad.
Lisa would like to
Lisa-
try.
Lisa wants some liver.
No, also, Noah, have you had liver before?
Yes, I've had that before. I don't want that.
It's not bad.
This is a dish that most Jews, I would say, grew up eating at all family gatherings. There's liver with crackers and endives. It's very.
Oh, I can see that.
Crackers
Yeah,
make sense.
Crackers, yeah.
Okay.
Crackers
Yeah,
make
that's
sense.
Jewish pate.
I worry about texture.
Now, Noah, do you like this? No, that's goddamn horrible. Okay. Oh, God.
Well, I guess you're the person that like gets cake on the show, and you're like, oh, this cake tastes like cake.
Yeah,
Like,
Noah doesn't like anything.
As a Jew, I can tell you Jewish food. Hey, great soup.
Let's move on.
All right, Ian, you are now safe from the game.
Whoa, what's this?
What is
What
that?
is that? Oh, I think we have a new live show coming up, and you can find it on live.smosh.com. It's Under the Mistletoe. It's a sequel to this, which was really great and fun, and you should join us for it.
A good old drunken holiday time.
Unplug.
5, 4, 3, 2,
good.
1.
So quick.
That was fast.
Wow, that was a showdown we haven't seen.
I should have used my right hand.
He's really quick.
There are enough for all of us, though.
That was a showdown we haven't seen in a while. Not since the great Olivia Smack.
It's giving beignet.
Yeah.
My favorite traditional Jewish food. You know, I know how powerful Garrett is. He's powerful enough to modify powdered sugar. This could be powdered anything.
All right, Spencer,
Aim the
ready?
hole towards your mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Big bite.
Big bite.
Oh! I've never seen Spencer make that face.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What are you feeling?
Pretty tasty.
Oh!
What?
Nah, bro.
What?
Did you get that cream? Did you get that cream?
I think I got the cream.
Explain. Maybe get another bite in there.
I'm tasting delicious dough. I'm tasting powdered sugar, and I'm tasting. The cream is, you know, it's interesting.
You missed the.
No, I got.
Yeah!
The cream is weird.
God.
That was the weird face earlier? Is that why? Okay. Ugh. You're making me.
This is such a journey.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
No.
Okay.
This is gonna be the most rewatched 2 minutes of silence on any Smosh video ever.
Do you need a yeet bucket?
No. What should I? The icing, it almost. It's thick and it feels kind of like insoluble. Is that a word that like I almost like something I shouldn't be eating inside of it.
Spencer, my fear for you is that everybody else was real excited back there to watch you eat this, and now you say it's fine. So I feel like we're gonna have a really bad residual effect when you find out whatever this is.
Well, I'm not sure if you guys know the story of Hanukkah, but basically the Jews, the Maccabees, were in a temple, and they had only enough oil for 1 night, but that oil lasted them for 8 nights, so they had light to provide them safety, and they lived. We lived! So that is just the little context that you might need for this.
With that, this is oil sufganiyot with fried dough, canola oil, and inside is cornstarch.
Yeah, cornstarch and canola oil to kind of thicken it up.
It was very thick. Like, I was having trouble swallowing, but I didn't want to be like Keith. I didn't want to ask for a water. No, but it was very thick, and
So you say oil, my guy.
It's oil and
The cream was oil?
The cream was oil and cornstarch to thicken it up.
That's the power of the donut.
Yo, get a
These are sufganiyot, which are essentially, generally, they are jelly-filled powdered sugar donuts that we eat. It's a celebratory dish. It's made fried in oil, which is why we eat it, and because we like food.
Spencer, you're safe from the game.
I'm all set. Thank you, though. After learning about it, I don't want it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Are you okay? Oh, Keith,
You hit his stomach.
Oh,
You won't
shit.
let me go. Oh, no. You were...
All right, throat it.
I don't...
Oh, stop it.
There we go.
Did you hear his finger sizzle?
Wasn't my finger. Oh, that was enough for a preview of things to come.
Oh, wow.
All right. So just go ahead and
Take a little bite.
bite out of it, like a corn cob.
You got it.
All right, ready?
It's got the juice.
Juice.
3, 2, 1.
What?
He just bit a candle.
So that's some bullshit. We're not talking now. You know what? I'm gonna need the bucket.
What?
Whoa!
Where's the bucket?
Whoa!
I need to know it's real. I need to see. That really happened? He just spit in a bucket.
Wow!
I've never seen Damien
A
do
true
that.
first.
Yeah, well, I don't usually spit out food. There's a lot of heat. There's a lot of spice. I feel it rising through my body.
Oh.
That right there, I'm no foodie. That's wax, my guy. That's some straight up wax. Because the thing is, it looks like a candle, and Garrett is so good at you're like, oh wow, what is this? This is a candle. And I just bit a candle for your entertainment. It's also spicy as hell. It is lingering on the points of my tongue that it actually hit, and not on the other side, which is the most bizarre spice profile I've ever tasted in my life. I feel like I'm getting a little sweaty on the cheeks, but I got my shot yesterday, so my skin condition's gonna be fine. I can do the spice. It's great. Everything's great.
Oh my gosh. This is called Hot Candle with beeswax and hot sauce.
Wow. Beeswax is technically edible. It's edible.
It's edible, but I don't want to strain on the toilet tomorrow.
No,
so
well, you'd have to eat a lot of it to cause blockage.
And
is
also,
what I
technically,
read.
that's not our problem.
Yeah.
So what's the story behind this lovely little guy?
So, we light the menorah every night of Hanukkah. We light it just like you write in Hebrew from left to right. So you're just eating a damn candle, baby.
wait a minute, Rachel. Is this the 9th candle? Is it the smosh?
That's a good joke
Oh
that only
my
I
God.
got. That's a really good joke.
Whoa.
That's what this is called. What is it called? The
Schmosh.
Schmosh.
Edit in that it's a good joke.
You did it. You did it.
All right, baby. You're safe now, baby. All right, we're down to Koa. We have Keith and Noah left. I'm curious about your strategy, but we just had a yeet. So what do you guys think's coming up next?
I don't know. I'm glad I didn't get that candle.
It hurts now. It would have felt the same had I let the fire be inside my mouth.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yum, yum, yum.
I go for it.
Really?
I'm trying to.
Oh, look at that.
I gave you the
opportunity.
Do you gotta understand? There's a lot going on, so I was trying to process. I don't know. That looks like. Never mind.
This is my favorite. I'm familiar with 2 of the 3 things here. This one, I believe I'll know what it is, but I have not tasted it. I think. My Jew is being challenged right now, so let's go in and let's see.
Welcome to
Let's
the
get
tournament.
You. This is not what it looks like from afar. That's all I can tell you is it is not what it should look like. All right, we're gonna get a bite ready. And technically, you can choose a sauce. I'm just gonna rip.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
gonna
pretty
look.
nice.
It's just what it is. Personally, I got it in the sauce I don't like. I put it in the applesauce. Agreed. What I think is applesauce.
That's how you do it? You put it on top and then you scoop the.
No, nothing on this show is how you really do it.
I don't know.
All
I
right,
was like,
Noah.
wow, interesting technique.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Believe in your dreams.
You got this.
Wow,
That was a big bite. I'm so proud of you, Noah.
He needs the bucket.
Do you need the bucket, bud?
He hasn't even chewed yet. He's just holding it in his mouth.
Oh wow.
Pure ecstasy.
No, I don't. If it's the time for the Noah throwback, I don't know, man.
Okay.
You can't do it. Try to chew it. I want to
Just
swallow.
let it get past your
You
stomach.
got
Don't crumble to the pressure, bud.
Noah,
You are a strong man.
You gotta do
You're
this.
choosing the wrong sauce.
Ooh.
Oh, shoot.
Wow, no f***ing way.
Wow.
Oh!
So close.
Oh god, I'm seeing way too much from this angle.
All right, Noah, take us through the journey.
So it's not a potato pancake. As a latke should be.
Ow.
The taste is so familiar, but it's like deep, salty fish, and I don't know if it's what I think it is, but I think that might be a gefilte fish.
No, that's actually really funny.
Can I say that? I don't think it's what it is, but that's like the only Jewish food I know of that when I taste it, it makes me throw up immediately.
So, Noah, I think we both have the same idea of what this was supposed to be, and generally that's supposed to be applesauce. As you picked it up, I don't even know if it hit you, strong horseradish smell hit me like a
That makes the
like
combo
a
of
kick in the
flavors make
teeth.
sense.
Yeah.
See, I thought that was just plain applesauce, so I thought all the flavor was coming from this.
Oh.
No,
Well, I don't know
it's a
where the smell comes from.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you managed to keep that in your mouth.
1 second.
That's crazy.
I gotta find out. We gotta find out what this white is. It looks like a really bad crab cake. No, this is my dish, Damien. We got this.
Facts.
We got this.
For your people.
That is also probably creamed horseradish.
Yeah.
That's my favorite gag ever.
Dude, you gagged like a Street Fighter character getting knocked out.
Horseradish at that level will make you engage your core involuntarily. So I will confirm that this is latkes with shredded horseradish, sour cream, applesauce, and more horseradish. Wow, you got a horseradish dish delight.
Oh my God.
And thank you for removing that
boy.
yourself because you are now safe.
Yes.
Anybody want to try?
Make this go away.
He's going in.
You're an animal. Is the latke okay? No, it's horseradish latke.
Yeah,
What else?
that's
Is there
true.
actually a potato in there though?
No.
No, there's
is
no
it just-
potato.
It's
It's
just
a
horseradish.
Horseradish, some
Vodka.
onion.
Oh, it's the
It's just
actual
horseradish.
vegetable.
Yeah,
Yes,
shredded horseradish.
That's
and what's
actually
really
really good.
funny about you saying it tastes like gefilte fish is that usually we eat gefilte
With
fish with
horseradish.
horseradish.
Yeah, that's why the
So
flavor.
as soon as you said that, I'm like,
Yeah,
I know what you're tasting.
That's so
You're
funny.
tasting Passover, baby.
Yeah, that's what it was.
So Keith, this leaves you front and center for the big bite, baby. 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Glad
This
you waited.
looks great. It looks. Yeah, I'm glad I waited.
Pour the sauce over it.
Pour the sauce over it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hot, sexy, sexy.
Yeah, it's getting on my cool clothes.
Salsa.
All right. This is carne asada.
Oh my God.
3, 2, 1.
How?
Nice.
It's good. Really good. It's giving beef, giving cow, giving beef and giving cow.
What's the sauce like?
The sauce. Let me get some more. Hold on.
Is this kosher?
Yes, baby.
Oh.
On the Hanukkah show, we don't bring it.
Hold on. It has a little bit of a sweet taste to it, just a little bit, not too much. So it's really nice. It's nice. It counters the beefiness of it all.
Ooh, all
It's
right.
good. It's bomb.
All right, well, you ready to learn what this was?
I would love to, because I'm gonna make it at home.
Well, I don't know if you can because this is Rachel's grandma's brisket, Rachel's secret family recipe.
It's nice and tender.
Thank you. It was my first time making it without my family.
Hold on, no. I thought you said it was your grandma's.
Yeah, it's her grandma's
my
recipe.
Grammy's recipe.
Oh, okay.
Now this is like a secret, Rachel, right?
Yeah, this is my
It's
secret
fine.
recipe.
We watched this tablecloth, right?
They can have as many bites as they want.
I'm gonna have to eat it and compare it to my mother's.
Please do.
Oh.
Oh, it's tender.
Tell me.
Watch the FIFA World Cup live on Fox and FS1
Oh.
with YouTube TV. Try it free.
Think you're brushing your teeth the right way? Think again. 90% of us don't brush long enough. Around half don't brush twice a day. And 75%
Why it's
Go.
better.
Yep, it's very tender.
This is so good.
It's good. It's bomb.
Oh,
This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, yay.
I can't pick out the secrets. I tried really hard.
Is there a way I can sign up?
It's very nostalgic
Sorry, I
tasting.
almost killed you with the
Very
fork.
comfort.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, I grew up eating
You ever
this.
had
I feel like
brisket?
I'm back
Yeah,
in
my mom
Texas.
No way.
This is actually Jewish brisket, not Texas brisket. You can tell that by how watery the au jus is.
All right, congratulations, Keith. You just won, baby. It's been a great time. Everybody is safe, but not quite. We do have one more little surprise for you guys.
I got everybody a little something.
Oh, Garrett!
Wow, now these haven't been futzed with,
I
have
thought it
they?
was money.
You think these are doubloons?
If you guys don't know, this is Gelt, which is currency for the game of Dreidel. It's what we bet with.
Yeah, in other words, this is your end of year bonus. Thank you so
Thank
much
you for
for
your
working.
work.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
What's up with this white powder?
Count of 3.
You all did a good job this year.
Whatever
One,
this powder is.
2, 3. Oh, there's a bottom half of that coin, bud.
Huh?
Only one thing it can be.
Oh no.
Keith,
Wait,
almost,
what?
sorry, Keith
What?
almost ate foil.
What happened?
Oh. God. You got a bad one.
Oh, there's only one bad one. I was about to be like, do I have grave mouth?
This is
There
bomb.
was only one bad one.
Have his people not suffered enough?
What is it? It's covered in malic acid. Oh, it hurts.
All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Noah, for being your champion. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Thank you to Rachel and our lovely Jewish crew members for helping with this episode.
Bye.
Happy winter days.
Chag Sameach, everybody.
There you go. That's it there. We're gonna go on a farm run now. Let's see here. Alrighty. Let's activate festive. And pick. Put this in. Put miracle then. Exchange. Let's pick here. There we go. Good. Good. Put this in. Watermelon. Exchange. Select a file. Put out here. There we go. And boom. And boom here. Nice. And let's trade. Let's put this in. And water. Let's pick these. We'll exchange. Siphon. Put this in. Put marigold in. And exchange. Let's pick these. Not bad. Nice. Let's put this in. Do lantidime. And exchange. And harvest. Here we go. Put this in. And watermelon. Let's go to Catherby. There we go. Come up here. And boom. Let's trade. Put this in. Okay. Do this. And let's pick. Put this in. And marigold. Let's pick these. We'll put this in. Do dwarfweed. Maybe. Yep. And we'll harvest. And good. Get rid of these. It's buckets and vials. We'll put this in. New watermelon. And exchange. Oh, we got a water again. There we go. Water again. And we'll go to our dune. Good. Up here. Nice. Let's trade. This. And water. Do an exchange here. Pick these. Put this in. Put marigold in. We'll do a pick. And good. Nice. Put this in. And let's do dwarfweed. In exchange. And we'll harvest here. And good. Not bad. Okay. Let's exchange and harvest. There we go. Good. Not bad. And exchange. Let's harvest. There we go. Put this in. Watermelon. Exchange. Okay, let's climb over. Good. Smoke out. There we go. Good. Smoke this out. Climb over. I think we'll go over here. Go here and climb over. Smoke out. Good. Ready. We'll have to climb over again soon. Not bad. Okay, climb over. We'll come over here. Not bad. We'll check these. Let's gather. Nice. Take the elder out. Let's check this. Nope. Need some honeycomb. Put these in. Let's give this and gather. Take this out. Bring it over here. Sell this. And bank here. Put it all in. Grab wood leaves. And marigolds. Let's do our hives. There we go. Let's check and collect. There we go. Bad. We'll put wood leaves in. And do marigolds. Nice. Let's check here. Good. Not bad. Let's put marigolds in. There we go. And the wood leaves. And good. Move on. Good. Let's do wood leaves. And marigold. And good. Okay, let's continue here. Let's collect. Nice. We'll put marigolds in. There we go. And then we'll do wood leaves. Not bad. Marigolds. Let's check this. It's all good. Let's collect. There we go. Good. Put some more in. And all marigolds. Nice. And then do wood leaves. Let's check. Collect these. Not bad. We'll do wood leaves. And we'll do marigolds. Not bad. There we go. We'll come over here and collect. Not bad. Marigolds. And good. And wood leaves. There we go. Come over here. Let's move on. Grab some seeds. And let's see here. Grab some spore. Go legends. And leave. And good. Let's select. Not bad. Okay. Let's go to Canifis. There we go. We'll exchange. Whoops. And let's pick these. Not bad. Let's siphon. Put this in. And Morchella. Exchange. Go to Tyrannin. Not bad. Come over here. And boom. Center. Good. Enter again. Center here. Come over. And boom. Let's exchange. Let's pick here. Not bad. Put this in. And more cello. Exchange. Good Kirwis. Let's cure our herbs. Take care of Dwellberry. Check. Let's clear this. Here we go. And let's clear. Put this in. I'll do Dwellberry. Let's come over. Do fruit trees. Let's teleport. Go tree gnome. And get these guaranas. Good. We'll go over here and teleport into the village. Come over here and boom. And squeeze through and follow. And good. Take care of this tree. Let's pick. Use this on the leprechaun. And then we'll go to Latia so we can recharge. Right here. Recharge and pick fruit. There we go. And we'll go to Meleer. And we'll Meleer. Come over here. And boom. Whoops. Let's pick. And good. And we'll use our big book. Go to Harmony. Siphon this. Whoops. Too late on that. Let's exchange. Let's harvest. There we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Keep harvesting. Okay. Let's put this in. Use this. Let's harvest. Go again. Not bad. Put this in. On the watermelon. Exchange and go to Draenor. Check Cave Nightshade. Along with doing this. There we go. Let's exit. Check Cave Nightshade. Come here. And boom. And good. Is it good? Yep. We'll go herb patch now. And good. We'll exchange. Let's pick these. Alrighty. And good. And put super compost in. New dwarf weed. Exchange. Let's go down. And good. Go here. Try to leave. Go around here. Let's go down. Maybe. I'll do this. And boom. There we go. Let's go to Menaphos. Getting this bit out of order. That's alright. I'm up here. And boom. Let's go up. Get golden dragon fruit. And good. Let's teleport. Go to Caradet. Excuse me. Grab this. And pick. And let's go up. Good. Used all the bonus, which is good. Okay, so I'm here. And boom. There's one more. And let's exchange. Let's pick these. And we'll finish in Alcarid. Put this in. Use Lantidime. Let's go to Alcarid. There we go. Come over here. And boom. Let's pick these. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna go to Stormguard again. Finish up here. There we go. Go to good old Stormguard. Okay. Let's bank. Go to check this. Let's take out 20. To repair. Okay. Let's teleport. Go here. We're gonna try and repair here. So we traverse. There we go. Traverse one more time. Come up here. Whoops. Let's leap. We'll come over here. Boom. Bad. Go one more time. And let's leap. Let's wield. Come down here. Good. Just reverse this. And activate. Okay. Good. Let's traverse again. Be much quicker to get here. Let's head down. Start excavating. Gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
That belongs in a museum.
Keep excavating here. Not bad. Excavate. Not bad. Okay. Not bad. Nice. Good. Quite a bit here. Okay. Let's go over here. Not bad. Come back over. Let's see here. I want to check one more thing. There we go. Let's see here. Check something. Not bad. There we go. Over here. And boom. Let's deposit. And excavate. Not bad. Siphon. Good. Move over here. Not bad. Not bad. Come over here. Over here. Good. Good. Not bad. Come over here. Good. Let's excavate. Not bad. Let's transcribe. Keep going. Good. Not bad. Excavate. There we go. Good. Nice. Come over here. And good. Good. Not bad. Good. Excavate. Bad. Nice. There we go. Let's come over here. Keep excavating. Good. Okay. Not bad. There we go. We'll come over here. Good, good. Let's leave. Let's deposit these. Come over and excavate. There we go. Not bad. Good. Bad. Come over here. Nice. Good. Bad. There we go. Keep excavating. And one thing we don't get is ortho glass, I believe. Over here. Okay. Since we have plenty. Our last excursion should be fine. So we excavate. Okay. Over here. Good. Just excavate away here. Bad. Let's siphon this. Okay. Nice. We're almost to 99. Archaeology. Should be able to finish sometime tonight. After we do our dailies. Okay. Go over here. Bad. See here. Let's keep excavating. Let's come over here. Excavate. Good. Come over here. Good. Okay. Nice and chill. Let's watch something. There we go. Watch this.
We are here today at
Come over here.
World Spa, actually before it opens, and this is a massive 50,000 square foot facility in the middle of industrial Brooklyn. I was kind of shocked when I first heard about this place, but we're here for their media day before it opens, so we got the full place to ourselves, and we're gonna go have some fun. Okay? I don't really know what they're gonna do to me, but you know how I love spas. I love getting my body slapped, so.
I know, fancy.
Holy cow, yeah, this is fancy.
I do everything for you.
What? I've never had somebody else take a shower for me. It's kind of cool.
How is that?
Oh, that's very, very nice.
It is?
I like that, yeah.
Perfect. I am just gonna let your skin. I know. So basically, I'm just taking off now any oils that are on your body.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, this is really nice.
I know, right?
Definitely get used to this.
Yeah. You have to zoom it out, so okay, it's not gonna ruin your camera?
Well.
Okay. I'm gonna do that too.
Shoot.
I'm like a lobster.
Good stuff.
Alright, let's go really quick.
That was very nice.
YouTube TV has no hidden fees
Nice.
and includes unlimited DVR space. YouTube TV, try it free.
This holiday season, celebrate your way at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Is that fine? Place down like this?
How does that feel?
Feels really good.
It's okay?
Right here.
I'm gonna lift this up a little bit, okay?
It's like a little tingly
Yeah.
sandpaper.
Bad.
This is perfect when you're like really itchy and this just scratches
I've never seen
all
that.
the itches at once.
Are you okay?
No, it's good, it's good.
It's ticklish?
Yeah. It's so weird. I feel good.
Your skin turns red really quick.
It's like really sensitive.
There we go.
No, this is sensitive. Okay.
That feels so good.
This.
Look, I'll show you.
Wait.
That's good.
That's good.
This is the best part.
Okay.
Rinsing.
Oh my god. Oh, that feels so good. Oh my god.
There we go.
Wow, that is so nice. I'm gonna fall asleep.
Looks so relaxing.
That water's so hot.
Are you alright with
Yeah,
it?
it's great. It's great.
When you come out of here, you're gonna be very relaxed. We know at any point
Yeah.
it's too much for you.
That's good.
There we go. Nice.
It's like those machines when like carpenters cut wood down, like they're scraping wood shavings off the wood. That's what this feels like.
Over here. Not bad. Okay. Good.
My brother's getting married next week. I wonder if this can slim me down by a few pounds.
Maybe by the time you get out of this room.
Yeah, right.
You have a lot here. You wanna see it?
What?
Is that
Oh, yeah, sure.
Not a lot, but there is some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I've just been scrubbed raw, and then that water feels so nice.
Okay.
The fun part?
The bubbles.
Oh, yeah.
The bubbles.
One down.
What's happening?
Find out.
I'm nervous. Okay.
No, this is the fun part. Look at it.
That is so cool.
Isn't it?
Wow.
I know. There you go. Lots of bubbles come out. There'll be more though to come.
That's so cool.
Good. Keep going.
Lift your leg.
Dang. Looks so good. Let's come over.
Onto your back.
There we go. Let's move now. Pause it. Come back over. Let's excavate. Move over here.
Thank
How are you
you.
feeling? Okay?
Wonderful. Wonderful. That was
Be
awesome.
sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, skip this.
It's time for some personal time in
Yeah.
the polar bear plunge. Snow.
Not bad.
Look at this one. This is cool. It's so cold in here. I feel like to do this the right way.
Go.
Wow.
Nice.
Look at this steam on my body.
Let's excavate.
Let's go.
Oh, damn.
That was
Man, really makes me want to go.
but also really refreshing.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, this is great. Thanks.
Okay. It's really hot in this room. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy.
Getting nervous. It's so hot.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah. Oh, this makes it so hot. Oh, that's good.
And we're here. Oh boy. Oh man. Good.
You feeling that hot air, Matt? Like that comes
God,
up?
yeah.
So-
Oh man.
Okay? Yeah. Хорошо.
Хорошо.
What? Good.
I don't think I've ever been this hot in my life.
Dude, my camera, like parts of my camera getting like hard to touch.
Oh no. I don't think I've ever been this hot in my life.
Man.
Okay, Adam. Adam's dead.
What are you feeling?
Good. Siphon.
Very hot, yeah.
Over here.
You look
Huh?
dead.
Cold? Ah!
It's okay?
Oh, yeah. It's cold.
Good.
Comfortable?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
You hold it?
Cold it, yeah. Full service, huh? Oh, shit. Yeah.
Just don't jump in.
Okay.
Just go slowly. Let your feet start feeling the temperature.
Is it cold?
Yes, it is. Go. Don't
Okay.
stop. Don't stop. Go. Keep it. That's it. And come up. How is it? How is it? That's the old Russian way.
Old Russian way. It's psychedelic a little bit. You know, it really
Open up your pores when you are there, and then close it up.
really takes you to places that you would not really know about before doing that.
Now I would suggest either a soul room or a chair to relax.
Okay, that's a good idea.
He'll escort you to the soul room.
Okay.
Полотенце положи там.
Over here.
Feel like I'm about to pass out.
About 10 minutes of time. 10 minutes of time.
What?
We'll bring you back to life.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll feel my
I feel like
best.
I'm about to pass out. That was intense. That was great though.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you guys. This was great.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. That was amazing.
Thank you.
That was pretty crazy.
Wells Fargo has
Boy.
donated $50 million in
Over
support
here.
of indigenous peoples, including funding
Pause
solar
it.
furnaces that convert sunlight
Back
into
over.
household heat.
Come into the warm house.
Doing gets it done. Wells Fargo, the bank of doing.
Good. 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 Hard to find dung groups these days. Alright, we're done here. I'm gonna wait till a reset. Over here. There we go. Okay, come over. Good. Not bad. Keep going. There we go. Not bad. Okay. Keep going here. Excavate this. There we go. Good. Siphon. There we go. Excavate. Buy all our capes on last day. Over here. Pause it. Come over. And excavate. There we go. Come over here. There we go. Alrighty. Keep going here. Almost time to go on a supply run. Alrighty. Let's see here. Nope, it's moved. Right here. Move again. Really likes jumping. This time sprite. Here we go. Mad. Ready. Excavate. There we go. Good. Go over here. Not bad. Let's see here. come on over and boom. Let's deposit. Come over here and excavate. There we go. Good. Good. Here. Let's excavate. Good. There we go. Not bad. Let's come over here. There we go. Go. Not bad. Good. Not bad. Let's keep excavating. Alright. Let's go deposit. Teleport. Come over here and climb up and study. And we'll do this. Let's charge it up. Go to Lumbridge. There we go. Over here. And good. Teleport. Come up here. And boom. And pass through. Let's do this. Can roll. Boom. Over here. I'll chill here for a bit. Good. Alright, just chilling here until let's examine real quick. Alright, it's nice and chill. Let's take these. I'm gonna have to hop here and do a reset. Okay. Let's hop in again. And let's take these. Okay, come over here. Good. I can search here. Use a dive. And boom. Over here. Nice. Not bad. Go again. Come over here. Let's do that. And we'll enter into the forest. There we go. See how we get through here. Let's try this. And go around. Okay. Should be able to get out here. Nice. There we go. Made it out. Now let's search again. And do a quick roll. We'll finish off the run, like so. There you go. Let's go farming. Go to wars. We'll use the chest. Let's actually do this. Go Jack of Trades. And go to the office. Get a task. Let's go different. Alright, giant mole. Really easy. Let's just go do it. Let's load up here. Let's swap out some stuff. Let's see here. Grab our pouch. Do death runes. Let's go do giant mole now. Center. Do this really quick. Okay. Let's attack. Alrighty. Over here. And boom. Start attacking. There we go. We gotta go over. Attack again. Good. Over here. Okay. Let's go across. Attack. Nice. And come over here. And attack again. Let's head back to the middle. There we go. Let's attack. Finish it off. Should be done here. Keep attacking. We're done. Let's take all of this. Okay. Wait for it to spawn again. Alright, let's go. Nice. Let's do this. Over here. Let's go down. Whoops. And attack. There we go. Gotta find it. Come over here. Making us run a lot here. Whoops. Okay. Where is it? Nope. Whoops, I messed up. Go across here. And attack. Was my bad. Okay. There's a couple giant moles here. Come over here. Let's extend this. And go down. Boom. Let's attack. There we go. Nice. Attacking. Let's go up. Boom. And attack. There we go. Attack again. Whoops. There we go. Let's take everything here. Okay. Good. One more kill here. Let's attack. Use Torment. Over here. Let's attack. There we go. Not bad. Over here. Whoops. Alrighty. Go through here. Let's roll in and attack. See where it goes now. Come over here. And avoid that. You can attack again. Gotta run long eventually. Over here. Come here. Go here and attack. Be real quick. Come back over here. Nice. Good. Alright. Should be down here. Very nice. Alrighty. Let's go up. We'll do some exchanging. Let's buy wood leaves as well. Let's exchange. There we go. Let's teleport. I think we'll go to Birthorpe. Once we check these nests. See if there's anything we want. Let's grind them up. Nope. Not great. See here, not bad. Okay, let's go to Birthorpe now. Do 211. Let's hop. It's 211. Do some dailies now. Do divine locations here. Alright, let's shop. Whoops. We'll do fish real quick. And wait for things to chop. Here we go. Let's actually bank here. Switch preset. Whoops. Now let's chop. There we go. And good. Let's keep chopping here. Let's chop some more. Good. Nice. finish shopping here. Chop this. Good. Let's see here. Let's bank. Keep chopping. There we go. Chop this. Good. Alrighty. Keep chopping. And good. Nice. Good. Not bad. Let's see here. It's done. Inspect this. Let's add it. Let's chop. Save the space. And good. Let's see here. Want to check my tool belt. Okay. Not bad. Good. Keep chopping. Good. Okay. And keep chopping here. There we go. Good. Not bad. Go through here. Let's keep chopping. Good. Alrighty. See here. Good. Let's see. Okay. Good. Keep chopping. Alrighty. Put this in. Be fine. Let's buy some more arrowheads. Whoops. 2 arrowheads here. Let's bank. Come down here. And let's smelt. Do this. We'll deposit. Should be fine. Okay. What else do I need? Let's see what dailies we want to do. Let's use our keys. Let's claim this. And go farming. Alright. Let's go bars. No portables. And let's see here. Let's go more portables. And then we'll reset. Go springs. Add these. Let's upgrade. Nice. Good. Let's put this in. And see what else we need. Be fine. Used our keys. Let's go to port. Let's go. And then let's enter. Good. Let's get results. Nice. Get these. Alrighty. Okay. Not bad. Let's do this. Good old morale. And do this. Takes care of that. Let's use this to level up some guys. Like so. Okay. Actually, let's do this. And let's start. Okay. Save up for the captain. And let's check this. We'll do this. Morale and seafaring. Grab these guys. Do this. We'll swap this out. And let's start. Fix the audio real quick. Alrighty. And where do we go from here? I think maybe a farm run is what we'll do next. Seems like farm run is the most appropriate right now. Let's go. Let's do this. And search. Let's pick these. Put this in. New marigold. And pick these guys. Good. Not bad. Let's do some dwarf weed. And exchange. Let's harvest. Good, good. Okie dokie. Not bad. About 19 million to go for 120. Just gotta keep farming here. Let's exchange and harvest. Not bad. Okay. Alrighty. And that's done. Let's harvest. There we go. Put this in. Put watermelon in. We'll exchange here. Harvest. Here we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Put this guy in. Watermelons. Quick exchange. Go ectofile. Here we go. Nice. Let's come up here. And boom. Let's boom again. And let's exchange. Alrighty. Little lag there. Let's pick here. Put this in. New marigolds. Let's exchange. Pick these herbs. Nice. Got some manifested knowledge. Good. Alright, quite a bit of lantidime here. Alright, I'll put this in. Go dwarf weed. And exchange again. Let's harvest. Good. Let's see here. Not bad. There we go. And let's put this in. Put watermelon in. Exchange. Let's harvest. There we go. Good. Not bad. And exchange. Let's harvest. There we go. Not bad. Alright, exchange and harvest. Good old Kanye here. And put this in. And let's do watermelon. And exchange. Let's go to Catherby now. There we go. Good old Catherby. Come up here. And boom. Let's exchange. And we'll pick these. We'll put this in. Do marigolds. And exchange. Let's pick these guys. Not bad. Okay. Okay. What's in there? Nice. And we'll exchange. And harvest these guys. Good. Alrighty. Let's siphon here. Good. We'll exchange. And water. Water here. And harvest. There we go. Nice. We'll put this in. Put watermelons in. Let's exchange. And then we'll go to our dune. There we go. Let's come up. And boom. Let's exchange. And let's pick. Put this in. Alrighty. And we'll pick some herbs. There we go. Put this in. We'll do lantime. Exchange. I'll harvest here. Good. Good. Let's exchange and harvest. Not bad. Alrighty. And exchange. We'll harvest here. Not bad. We'll exchange. Put super compost in. Watermelons. Now let's harvest. Here we go. Let's try and fix this again. Maybe. Okay. Seems good. Or maybe not. I'm lagging a bit. There we go. Seems fine now. Okay. Had some lag there. Fine though now. Siphon these. Manifested knowledge. Put this in. Let's grab more buckets. And exchange. You need one more bucket. You get dragon manure. Let's climb over. Nice. And we'll muck these out. Maybe. I might restart my game here. Seems to be a bit buggy right now. Okay. Sure nothing's wrong. Alrighty. Hop back in. Good, good. Let's go back in. Okay, should be good now. Let's climb over. I think our dragon manure got reset. Let's go to Anachronia. Teleport. Nice. Let's collect here. Okay. Use the bank. Have an idea. Need to get these meats. Let's feed our dinos. Come up here. Good. That's fine. Let's check this. Let's take this out. Come over here. We'll put it in here. We'll come over here. Put it in here. Let's add some food. There we go. Come down. Let's go back here. See if the dragon manure repopulates. Okay, doesn't look like it. We'll just have to go to the next part of the farm run. Put this all in. Grab some seeds. And spore. Okay. Those are fine for a while. Grab legends and go. We might just feed them more cellas. Or we'll save more cello. Might need it for later. Let's go. There we go. Come over here and select. Go to Canopus. Good. Those are fine. We'll go to Tyrannin. Check here. Make sure they're fine as well. Look fine from here. And we'll go to Kirwis. Over here. Let's get some marigold seeds. And exchange. Let's pick these guys. Do dwarf weed. Let's go to our fruit trees. Boom. And teleport. Go to the stronghold. And pick fruit. Good. Nice. Let's teleport. Go here. Come around. And boom. We'll squeeze through. And follow. Okay. Use this. We'll go to Latio. ready. Let's grab our journal. Do this. Let's head out. Let's make a check on Cave Nightshade. Come up here. That's fine. Go to the wilderness now. There we go. And exchange. Let's pick. Not bad. Put this in. I'll do Lantidime. We'll head to Alcarid. There we go. Whoops. Okay, now we're here. Let's come down. Boom. Good. We'll go to Menifos. There we go. Let's come up here. Another boom. Not bad. Whoops. Let's pick now. We'll go to Alcarid. Come over here. Not bad. Let's pick. There we go. Let's use this. Go to Caradet. It's us really close. And we'll pick. Siphon that. And let's go up. Finish up the run. Okay. Come up here. And boom. We'll do this. It says pretty close. And exchange. We'll pick. This will finish the run. At which point, put this in. Do dwarf wheat. Let's go back to Menifos. Finish up Jack of Trades. Come here. And we'll enter. Let's enter here. Go solo. Okay. Let's just exit. Smash and earn. And leave. Makes the most sense. Okay. And next thing I want to do, I think we'll go to Anachronia. Get some more arrowheads. Okay. Let's trade. Get arrowheads here. I think we can upgrade the spa. Let's see here. And one more thing I want to try. Go back to Berthorpe. Or, okay. One more thing we're going to try here. Can we do this once we get a boost? If we can get a skill boost. Guess we'll go Challenger first. Do more skills. Take these rabbits down. Do melee. Okay. Come over here. Grab 3 logs. You disassemble, add logs. And craft. Do some shafts. Okay. See what we have left. Can cook. Go over here. And cook. Can we do any mining? Be pretty easy. Just go down. Do this. We're done. Let's go back. This is Jack of Trades completed. We'll deactivate. Come over here. And boom. Let's talk. We'll put this into farming. And let's go do Christmas. There we go. Let's claim our daily present. Okay. Put this into farming. Let's drop this. Disassemble, or let's take it back. See how disassembling works it out. Okay, this gives organic parts. Okay. Let's bank everything. Go to Viswax. Let's go. One center. Okay, and we'll interact. Not quite. And this, nope. New chaos and earth. Not quite. Nope. Okay, guess we'll just go blood. Activate. And extend. Alrighty. Let's add a quick. Okay. We'll go back to wars for now. Get ready for KBD, I guess. In the wilderness. Do a quick world hop. Let's go. Let's prep here. We can do this. And go crypt. With garb. And pouch. Whoops. And go death runes. Fill the rest with food. And let's go. Go to Edgefill. We can teleport there. Let's try this. And boom. Okay, let's teleport. Yes. Here we go. And let's attack. Let's do animate dead. Not bad. Do the spires. Good. Keep attacking. Attack that. Keep attacking the dragon. There we go. Nice. There we go. Attack. Good. We'll do this spire now. And attack. Here we go. Not too bad. Let's just eat so we can get rewards instead of having to go through our bank. Boom. New spires. Good. Do this spire. Gonna eat again. Let's attack now. There we go. And good. Alrighty. Whoops. Okay. Let's hop. Yes. There we go. Attack the spires. Good. Not bad. There we go. Attack the spires. Good. Keep going here. Nice. That spires again. There we go. Let's grab these. Okay, let's go sell this now. Got some dragons, which is nice. Put these into ranged. Alrighty. Come over here. And let's talk. Okay, nice. Should be fine now. Let's bank all of this. Not bad. Okay. That's done. Do you need any more dailies here? Let's go buy runes. Gonna use the restroom real quick, then we'll buy runes. Be right back. Okay, let's come up here. Let's buy some runes now. Thanks, Beard Hub, for featuring me on your stream. Hope you're all rested up. And you both have a productive session in Gielinor. Just buying runes now. Doing our daily rune run here. Gotta buy out the shop here. Alright. And then we'll go to Yanel. Come over here. And boom. Whoops. Let's open the door. Good. And climb up. Let's trade. Go to Soul Rune. Law. Nature. Good old Chaos. And all of these. Whoops. Be good now. Okay, I'm gonna go to Al-Kharid. And I gotta do dinner prep once we're finished buying from Ali. We'll come up here. And boom. Let's trade. Here we go. Let's finish this up. And trade here. Some other runes. Grab this. Buy these out. Okay. Now I'll go prep dinner. So I'll be right back. See here. I think we'll go back to wars real quick. Do some gathering. We'll grab this. Grab some shards. And then here. Grab a fortune. Fire. Dracons. And legends. Let's rub this. Go to miscellanea. Select. Check these nests. One. Okay. We'll use the lyre now. Here. And boom. Let's go to Jatizo. Ready. Come over. Boom. It's open. Good. It's open here. Yak hide. Nice. Cons. Berg de Rot. Here. Dinner prep. Jumping over here. Do this. Whoops. Open. Good. Trade. Dock. There's some planks here. We'll go get potato cactus. From here. Select. Go to Bullfight Hive. Here. Select. Mailer. Exchange these shards. Change. Okay. We have some lag going on here. Okay, we're good. Thistle. Walk to a mining set here. Whoops. Let's what we want. This. We can go mine. Go. Bad. The advent calendar real quick once we're finished mining. Good. Go. Bad. Ready. Stay here. Good. Nice. Okay. Mining here. Go. Fill. Good. Over here. Chest. Go back to keep mining. Finish this up. Okay. Let's do yak track. Advent calendar. This guy. Into farming. Here. Go to Ooglog. Bad. Come over here. And boom. That's mine. There we go. Bad. Ready. Going here. Go. Good. Nice. Bad. here. Through. Do this. And fill the machine. Let's craft. Ready. Let's do this. Over here. And bank. Buy some meat. This. And good. Let's bank. Fine. I'm gonna do some more prep. Okay. See here. Good. Okay. I think this is good for now. Going to. I think we're done with all our dailies for now. Just gotta finish these. Need a seed. Get to Eworth. Go get a task. Here. Let's get a task here. The special. See here. I think we'll just do regular. Okay. Just go regular. Alright. Water fiends. Should be pretty easy. Ready. Go to water fiends. Let's see here. We'll do this. Pouch. And we need legends. Guess this is fine. Do some water fiends. We come back. Go eat dinner while we attack these water fiends. Want to do this. Good. Okay. I'll take these. This. Attack. Let's go eat dinner now.
shall conquer all. Look to the star, all eternity, gaze to the light, defeat the night, beacons of hope and fly us right down the dark, come make your mark, give the righteous and the hope. Almighty Sarah Darwin, welcome a new dawn on this horizon. Almighty Sarah Darwin, come my divine spirits to glory. We are the holy light, strength of the burning sun, heroes of Galileo. Look to the sky, hope never dies. Do not be afraid, the light shall be your guide. The sun shall conquer all. Look to the star, all eternity, gaze to the light, defeat the night, beacons of hope and fly us right down the dark, come make your mark, give the righteous and the hope. shall conquer all. Look to the star, all eternity, gaze to the light, defeat the night, beacons of hope and fly us right down the dark. Come, make your mark, give the righteous and the hope. Almighty Sarah Darwin, welcome a new dawn on this horizon. Almighty Sarah Darwin, come my divine spirits to glory. We are the holy light, strength of the burning sun, heroes of Galileo. Look to the sky, hope never dies. Do not be afraid, the light shall be your guide. The sun shall conquer all. Look to the star, all eternity, gaze to the light, defeat the night, beacons.
Alrighty, we're done with dinner, so let's hop back in. Let's kill some more water fiends. Boom. Nice. There we go. And boom. Grab this. Nice. Just one more water fiend. Good, good. And boom. Let's take this. That was quite a bit. Okay. Spray soul split. And boom. There's these two left. Okay. Nice. And let's leave. Whoops. Okay. Let's see here. bad. Okay. Go in here. Alright, let's bank that. We gotta finish with agility. Let's start off with this. Okay. Can bank the hatchet. Help reduce a bit. Let's teleport. Good. Good. Come over here. Repair that. Let's pick these. Okay. I'll go to all grid. Maybe we're too early. Let's come over here. Let's pick. Looks like we only get one. Yeah. Go to Menaphos. Interesting. Let's come over here. Boom. Good. Let's do this. And dive here. Pick this. Okay. Let's go do agility now. Go good old Anachronia. Run the course. Let's come over here. Let's go down. Traverse. Traverse here. Good. Traverse again. And we'll cross. There we go. Come up here. Boom. Let's climb over. Go down here. Actually, I forgot something. Let's redo this. I'm gonna do brawling gloves. There's the agility. There we go. It's over right. Now let's go back to Anachronia. Here we go. Over here. Let's do this again. Let's traverse. Traverse here. And let's go down. And cross here. Not bad. Gotta use a surge here. Whoops. Climb over. And cross. Do another surge. Traverse. Come over here. Just jump across. Okay. I think this is a good spot to use dive. And we'll come down and traverse. Good. And traverse here. Climb up. I think we can use surge and traverse. There we go. And cross. Very good. Jump across. Come down. And traverse here. Good. Alrighty. Use this. And cross. There we go. You can surge. Cross. Good. Let's traverse here. And we can surge. Whoops. Let's traverse. Mess that up. Okay. And we can surge and climb over. This is going to be a slow lap. Let's cross here. We'll traverse. Let's dive over here. We can surge, climb over. Another boom. Let's dive here and cross. Okay, cross here. This is going to be a pretty slow lap, feel. Let's traverse. There we go. Let's jump across. Climb over. You can do surge. Boom. And jump across. There you go. And let's climb over. Surge here and cross. Good. Once you dive and cross. There we go. And boom. Let's cross here. Good. We'll traverse here. Come over here. And boom. Let's traverse. Traverse here. Traverse again. We'll traverse. And over here. And traverse. Let's traverse again. Not bad. And let's cross. Here we go. And traverse. Down here. And boom. Let's jump across. There we go. I'll climb this. Come up here and traverse. Just jump across. There we go. And traverse. Whoops. Now let's climb. And enter. There we go. Let's traverse here. Traverse this guy. And traverse. Let's wear the gloves. Traverse one last time. Not bad. Got an 8-minute run there, unfortunately. Okay. Let's grab statue. And fill it. Okay. Let's bank. And let's go do archaeology again. Let's see here. Put this in there. Got instructions and heart. Good. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Let's see here. Bad. Alrighty. Let's go. Go Stormforge. Good. See here. Need one more heart and one more instruction. Let's teleport. They're here. Let's go across. Let's dive. Here. Start excavating. And good. Come over here. Get the time sprite. Good. Not bad. Got a heart. We just need instruction now. Let's come over here. Good. Okay. See here. Keep going here. Good. Not bad. Good. See here. Keep going. And excavate. Good. Not bad. Come over here. Ready. Not bad. Good. There we go. Come over here. Okay. Bad. Alrighty. Come over here. All good. See here. Not bad. Okay. Good. Come over here. Good. Alrighty. Should be fine. Come over. Let's deposit. Come over here. Let's excavate. Good. Nice. Good. Let's excavate. Not bad. There we go. See here. Not bad. Okay. Now to keep excavating. Okay. Almost there. Turn off soul split. Good. Not bad. Okay. Nice. Let's excavate. Not bad. Ready. Keep excavating here. Siphon. Good. See here. Come over here. Not bad. Good. See here. Good. Let's go over. Come back. Bad. Okay. Good. Let's excavate. Good. Alrighty. Come over here. Okay. Come over here. Good. There you go. Good. Not bad. There we go. Excavate. Good. Come over here. Good. Come over here. Not bad. Okay. Come over here. And boom. Whoops. Keep excavating. Over here. And excavate. Not bad. There we go. Come over here. Not bad. Okay. Nice. Let's head out real quick. See if we can do some restoring. Let's view. A storm guard. And deposit. Okay. How do we get black mushroom ink? Let's see here. Good. Okay. Let's bank everything. Go to the Goblin Cave. Come over here. And boom. Let's go in. Get some black mushrooms. Come over here. Good. Let's see here. Let's pick this. Get all of these. Alrighty. And good. Let's go here. Do this. Let's grind. There we go. Keep grinding. Okay. Do this. Then grab these. Go back. Let's view. Go storm guard. Restore these. Here we go. Let's restore. Keep siphoning. Here we go. Restore the heart. Okay, we need more quintessence. Should be fine there. Need more quintessence for both of them. We'll go down. Do this. It's 48 plus 46. We need 94 for all of this. We'll put this in and teleport. Now here. And we can traverse. Maybe. Here we go. Alrighty. Whoops. Really bad lag. Let's try traversing here. Okay. Perfect. Let's excavate. Then I have to use the restroom once we find the time sprite. Oh, we're on it already. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Let's excavate. Here we go. Good. Not bad. Move over here. Need a lot more quintessence. That's what we're lacking. Let's chill here. Alrighty. Not bad. Okay, let's excavate. Okay. Come over here. Alrighty. Not bad. Let's see here. Siphon. Not bad. Okay. Do this. Alrighty. Over here. Not bad. There we go. Let's deposit these. Let's go on a farm run now. Let's do this. Do a farm run here. What else? Good. Not bad. Let's come up here and exchange. Okay. Be fine. Check some things here. Okay. Bad. Be fine. Good. Okay. All good. Nice. And let's pick. We'll put this in. New marigold. Exchange. Let's pick these. Good. Okay. Not bad. I'll put this in. Let's exchange. Let's do lantidime. And start harvesting, maybe. Let's harvest. That was weird. Okay. Not bad. I'll put this in. New watermelon. And exchange. Let's harvest. Good. Not bad. Good. We'll put this in. Watermelon. And exchange. Go ectophile. Go around here. And boom. Not bad. There we go. And exchange. Let's pick these. Put this in. Put marigold in. And siphon. Let's pick these guys. Good. Let's keep harvesting here. Good. Ready. We'll put this in. Do this. Let's go to Catherby. There we go. Come up here. And boom. Let's exchange. And let's pick. Put this in. Let's pick these. Not bad. Good. Let's put this in. Let's go dwarfweed. And exchange. Let's harvest. There we go. Not bad. Okay. Let's exchange. Put this in. Use watermelon seed. Let's harvest. Good. Alrighty. See here. And let's exchange. Harvest these. Not bad. Good. Put this in. Watermelon in. Go to our dune. Here we go. Let's come on over. And boom. Nice. Take this out. Take this out. Got a store. Let's see here. Almost there. Let's come up here. Grab these. Whoops. Grabbed one too many. And siphon this. And exchange. Put this in. And start picking herbs. There we go. Not bad. Need still quite a bit of experience before 118. Alrighty. Let's put dwarf wheat in. And exchange. Let's harvest. It's good. Not bad. Let's put this in. Watermelon in. Exchange. Let's water these. Then harvest. There we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Good. Exchange. And harvest. Let's take this. Keep harvesting. There we go. Bad. We'll put this in. The watermelon in. And exchange. Come over here and climb over. There we go. Let's muck out. Not bad. Muck this out. Alrighty. Muck this out. There we go. Nice. Let's climb over. Come over here. Boom. Let's climb over. Muck out. We'll have to grab 2 more buckets. Let's climb over. And this. Come over here. Let's climb over. Knock these two out. Good. Alrighty. Let's monk this out. Not bad. Let's siphon. Climb over. Here we go. Let's move on. Grab some spore and seed. Let's go legends. Do this. Over here. And select. Canifis. And let's exchange. And let's start picking. Here we go. Not bad. We'll put this in. A more cella. And exchange. Let's hit the Tyrannin. Here we go. Okay. And we're over here. Let's go pick. Let's go pick these. And enter. Okay. Good. Let's exchange. And let's pick again. Not bad. Put this in. No more cella. We'll go to Latya now. Let's recharge. Go here. Let's pick. See how they're doing. They're decent. Exchange here. Then go to Kirwis. Come over here and exchange. Let's pick these. Here we go. We'll put this in. We'll do Lantodime. And exchange. Let's check this. We'll pick. Here we go. And let's clear. Let's put this in. Let's do Lint. Let's do Dwellberry. And do this. Come over here. Boom. Let's go Stronghold. Let's pick. Pad. Come over here. Teleport. There we go. Come over here. And boom. Let's squeeze through. Let's follow. Come over here. Pick. Not bad. One siphon. And then where do we go from here? We'll go Mailer. Come up here. Almost there. Let's pick these. Alrighty. And exchange. Use our big book. Think we'll get it on this run. We'll be close though. Let's harvest these guys. And put this in. That was nice. Let's go to Draenor. Grab this. Put all of these in. Let's check the Cave Nightshade. Let's come over here. And boom. Okay, can be picked. I think we'll definitely level up here. Let's pick this. There we go. Nice. And we'll put this in. And good. Let's go to the wilderness. Alrighty. We're getting close to Warbands, so let's try and speed this up. Okay. We'll have to put dwarf wheat in here once we're done. There we go. Maybe we can put dwarf wheat in. Alrighty. Well, that's quite a bit of lantidime. Exchange. And go. Let's head out. Come over here. Good. Another surge ready. Make it around here. Use it here. Now we can go to Al-Kharid. Come over here. Get the golden dragon fruit. Let's pick it. Nice. Not bad. I'll go archaeology. There we go. Come in here. And view. We'll go to Caradet. Okay. We'll pick this. Let's move over here. Alrighty. Get out of here. Walk here. And boom. And do this. Nice. Let's rake this. Let's put in dwarfweed. And good. And finish up in Menaphos. And we'll get ready for warbands. Come up here. And good. Alrighty. We'll come up. And pick. There we go. And then we'll drop. Get ready for warbands. We'll world hop here. There we go. Swear all of this. Grab blisterwood. Only this. Water. Got warbands coming up. No blood. There we go. Wait for warbands. Let's see where we go from here. Shouldn't be too bad. Nice. And good. DWF, let's go. Here we go. Make our way over. And boom. There we go. Only this. Good. There we go. Not bad. And good. Oh dang. Let's summon. There we go. Let's attack. Whoops. There we go. Take these down. And good. Take down the mage. Nice. Take down the warlord now. There we go. Nice. Herb lore, mining. Let's do smithing. There we go. Still trying to get herb lore. Not bad. There we go. Good. Good. One sleeve. There we go. Let's do this. We'll cross. And we can surge here. And do this. And I think we'll go back to do archaeology. Let's go. Some archaeology now. Let's grab the golem. Okay, let's go through. Go here. Just need to get a lot of quintessence. And then we can restore these. We'll just do this for now. Whoops. Alright, let's excavate. Find the time sprite right here. There we go. Good. Alrighty. Not bad. Come over here. Good. Siphon. Alrighty. Should be pretty good. Okay. Let's come over here. Not bad. Here we go. Let's see here. Good. Not bad. Let's see here. Let's come over here. Good. There we go. Not bad. Come over here. Here we go. Good. Okay. Come over here. Not bad. There we go. Not bad. And let's go here. What are we gonna do now? Anything to watch? See here. Siphon. Good. There we go. Good. Come over here. Keep going. Should be good. Come over here. Oh yeah. Good. Alrighty. I think we'll watch Chainsaw Man while we're excavating here. Let's see here. An old Chainsaw Man. Let's go. Watch Chainsaw Man here. I believe Denji was in quite the bad position. Let's see what happened to him. There we go. Come over here. Good. Shoot. There we go. Good. See if we find out what happened. See here. Over here. Shoot. Pretty messed up. There we go. Good. Keep going here. There we go. There we go. Good. Siphon. Over here. Do this. Good. Good. Oh, shoot. Over here. Good. Alrighty. Good. Let's come over here.